going on, everyone? Happy New Year. Merry late Christmas. Welcome back to Knights of the Nerds Table. I'm one of your hosts, Knight EJ. I got my boys here, my main men, Knight Josh on my left.
What's going
Knight
on?
Peter on my right. What's going on, boys? And then we have some distinguished guests. Some of the best guys that we've ever met in this space that have really been just freaking awesome.
Did you guys invite someone else here? Did you guys invite someone else? I thought we were doing this with you.
Yo!
You're
Surprise,
too
mister.
much.
Oh, shucks.
The Bear and Nerd Squatch. How are you boys doing? Boys, they, everyone.
Good. How are you?
Good. Wonderful.
You gotta. I
Awesome,
got that.
I'm doing
Boys,
well.
they, everyone. You gotta do what foreign man in a foreign land does on his YouTube channel, which is big man dem, big woman dem, big non-binary folk dem. Just the best reading I've ever heard.
Covers all your bases. Yeah,
Genuinely love it.
Absolutely.
Genuinely, it's amazing.
all bases covered.
It feels like a hug every
Exactly.
time I go watch one of his videos and he says that.
Hey,
And
man,
see, all
that'll
that
be
made
one
me
of my
think
New Year's
about-
resolutions.
All that made me think about was I met a man from Brussels, 6'4", full of muscles. I said, "Do you speak my language?" He just smiled and handed me a Vegemite sandwich.
This stream
Before we
is
get too-
already unhinged.
I know,
Already
right?
chaos.
We're already exactly where we want to be. Well, before we get too off base, just want to let you guys know. Hey, first of all, thank you guys for tuning in and watching us. We love all you guys out there. Love all the fans. And speaking of the fans, we have a little announcement to make that we made on our Facebook a couple days ago. But after months, at this point, a year and a half, almost 2 years of work on our channel,
Mhm.
the Knights of the Nerds Table have officially hit the milestone of 1,000 subscribers.
Thank you guys so much.
Absolutely, they did.
Thank
Couldn't
you
have done it
guys
without
so
y'all.
much. Yeah, I just want to say that, obviously that's a huge milestone for us. And at this point, we've made 52 cents on YouTube. So obviously raking in the money. You'll be seeing us roll around in the
Hey there,
Bugatti.
Mr. Krabs.
Really killing it out here, guys. But thank you guys so much out there. We've really felt very embraced by our whole community. Not just the people that are watching, but people like you, Bear, Beard, and Nerd Squatch. Like, it's really been a great year, and we can't wait to do more things next year.
We
I
gotta start
actually
filling
have
up
quite
your
a few.
Scrooge McDuck vault. That's
Absolutely, spend all that cash, all that 52 cents. We have a lot planned for this coming year, actually. We really want to expand kind of what we've done already. Like, we already cover a lot of Marvel and DC comics. We started to do some gaming stuff. In a couple of days, you'll probably see my my video game review of Sonic the Hedgehog's latest game, Sonic Frontiers, with real-time gameplay. I don't know if I told you about that, Dieter, but that's going to be fun.
No,
You
no.
excited about that?
I am
Me and Josh-
very excited.
Yeah. So we're actually dipping our toes a little bit into that. Josh is our anime guy, and I don't know if there's anyone who's bigger into anime than Josh is. And Josh is really going to be kind of dipping his toes into that and kind of bringing in more anime stuff. And Dieter, always our living Deuteronomy, our living encyclopedia.
They call me the Book of Deuteronomy.
The Book of Deuteronomy.
Oh my
God.
That's where that comes from. I have a dark past as a youth group kid, and this is the one part of it that I've just never been able to let go of is the Deuteronomy nickname.
I think we all
It's-
have that dark past.
It
I know you
flows
did.
so well, though.
Oh,
It just
It really does.
it rolls right off the tongue, and I
Yeah.
mean, it's a great nickname. I'm a little jealous.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
honestly, I think that was Jay who just started humming the cats. Cat thing. That's what I should start telling people. Like, this is my hidden shame is it comes from like a nickname I had at youth group. I'll just be like, no, I was really into cats as a kid, and I
Yeah.
Nah, man.
I don't-
We
I
can't
genuinely-
wait to see.
Are you
Which
are
one's
you
more
jellicle?
embarrassing?
Are you jellicle, Dieter?
I am a jellicle cat.
Oh man,
No,
man! Talk about
Seriously,
worst
think about that.
moments of
What's more
2021.
Having a religious nickname or having a Andrew Lloyd Webber nickname? Get in the
I don't know.
comments.
It's kind of close.
Mhm.
Right there.
It's
Mhm.
really close.
Yeah.
It's really close.
Yeah. So no, but
the
Dieter's
ball
also going to be
makes
doing
me
some niche stuff. He's also going to be hitting up some Doctor Who stuff, which we'll talk about in a little bit, Dieter.
That is true.
But yeah, no, we're
Yeah.
really excited to kick things off. Just want to let you know what you can expect on this stream. We have quite a few different little treats for you. We actually have a couple of giveaways going on. Josh, you want to talk about our giveaways real quick?
Sure, yeah, I can talk about our giveaways. So really quick, it's very easy for you to enter. If you're on this stream, if you're seeing this live, we'll mention it a few different times throughout our stream. But we have a couple of prizes that we pooled together from the people you see here. A few of us donated some of our belongings, and we want to give them away because we want to say thank you to you guys. And all you have to do to enter in, very simple, comment on the stream below. Anything, it doesn't matter what you comment, and hit the like button on the stream, and you're entered. So we'll go through periodically as we go through the different games and things we have planned. And we will choose people randomly that have commented and liked the stream, and we will give you one of these awesome prizes. We'll go ahead and show you what those are now. So first we have a Han Solo and Greedo pop, which is a very controversial
And those are
theme.
salt and pepper shakers. Those aren't just pops.
Yeah.
Those are
Yes, and
Unshot
also I was just going
We don't
to say
shop
also we if you have these, I'm sure you have an opinion on who shot first, but we don't need to get into that right now.
I don't want
Greedo.
to.
It
You're
was
right.
Greedo.
We don't because it was Han. I mean,
It was
This will
Han.
split our whole
The
fan
next-
base, guys. This is the issue. This will split
The
the
next-
fan base.
The
I don't
next
think it was. I
giveaway,
think we all know it was.
The lovely
I'm just
Karen
being a troll.
the next giveaway we have is awesome disc plates. So these are metal posters that you can that you can hang up with a metal with a magnet. I can talk, I promise. And so we have Justice League America, very cool on the right there, and then we have a very cool looking Green Arrow poster. Both these are pretty cool, so we're going to be giving those away. We also have a stack of comics that we will be shipping out to one lucky winner tonight. And then
radioactive black belt hamsters.
adolescent radioactive black belt.
And then-
Real quick. Which one of us is donating this stack of comics, and
That's-
who's the creative team?
That's I am donating that, and that creative team is it's Eclipse Comics by Chin and Paranavish. Parison Vish.
Never heard of either of them.
Never heard
Okay.
of either. So
and then
After
it looks like Robot Chicken level like claymation turned into a comic book.
yeah.
Like so
Yeah.
it looks really cool.
That's a strong
And then
choice.
we're also going to be giving away from Star Wars Rogue One K2SO. And there is another pop figure that we are also giving away that I neglected to add on the stream here. And it is Deuteronomy's pop of Freddie Mercury from
Yes.
Queen. So we will also be giving that away. My apologies, I don't have the photo for that. I do sound
Which is weird,
exactly
'cause
like
I
him
sent
when I
it to you
sing,
as
though.
soon as you asked me. So
You did. No, you were on top of it.
You're-
That's my fault. Hey, it's on the graphic, okay? It's on the graphic that we post on our socials. So
That's
those are the
all that
gift system
matters at this
giveaways.
point.
Again, all you got to do, comment down below, like the stream, and that automatically enters you to win these prizes. We will reach out to you individually after the stream is all over, and we'll connect up over Instagram or Facebook or somewhere where we can DM and get your information so we can ship those out to you. So
Hey,
yeah,
look,
that's what we're doing
Atlas
for the
is here.
giveaways.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, we have a ton of stuff that's going on tonight, guys. We have tons of little treats for you. We're going to play a couple of games during the night. We're actually going to try to make it all the way up to 12 o'clock, midnight, all the way to...
Oh, we're not going to try.
I
We're
guess-
not going to try to make it to midnight. We're making it to midnight.
it's only 4
Yeah,
hours.
yeah, I'm sorry.
It can't be that
That
We're
was
gonna
bad editing, right?
stretch
Exactly.
this stuff out.
What's up, Atlas?
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning
We're
in.
gonna do
Hey.
it. What's going on, Arn
Oh,
Atlas?
hello.
Yeah, my boy. And yeah, so we have quite a few different things. We even have a comic book reading, which I'm sure you guys will be thrilled to kind of hear. I'm not going to give too much away, but we are going to be going after a little, Cape Crusader action. Somebody from Gotham, So pretty awesome stuff from one of the most iconic comics out there. So definitely stay tuned for that. We're going to have a couple more behind the scenes stuff we're going to be talking about. It's just going to be really awesome. And I can't wait to bring in the new year with all of you guys here. I can't think of a better thing to do, actually. at the ring of the new year
Yeah.
with these 5 friends of mine. Like, really, I'm so blessed.
And
to
all
have
those
them.
you at home watching.
I
Yeah.
could be with my
Absolutely.
family right now.
Yeah, I could be with my family, but I think I'd rather be, you know.
Well, I tried to hype it up, okay? Hey.
All my family's sick anyway.
This
Well,
stream. I love how you said that we're gonna try to make it to midnight. So it's like it's a 4-hour stream. So this stream is officially brought to you by Stretch Armstrong Technology. Like we're trying to stretch it out. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
I know a guy who wears blue tights. I'm just saying.
You do know a guy.
Really?
White sideburn, blue tights.
I know a guy who
Nice.
knows a guy.
Oh my goodness, you guys are crazy. Well, I wanted to kind of kick off a little bit, guys. We kind of just kick around the conversation. Obviously, a lot of good content came out this year, right? I want to start with you, Dieter. Obviously, quite a few different Disney Plus shows came out, and Marvel, a lot of different DC. Well, not as much DC movies came out this year. What was kind of some of your favorite?
A lot of
properties?
DC drama came out this year,
Yeah, a lot of DC drama, a lot of DC.
Yeah.
which
A
is
lot of
different
people
than
are in-
normal, obviously.
No. That's just general
James
DC.
Gunn.
Yeah, the drama comics at this point, right? That's what DC stands for this time. But yeah, no, Dieter, tell me a little bit about kind of how you felt about this year and some of your favorite projects that came out this year.
Glass Onion.
Glass
I'll watch it.
Onion.
I still need to
Haven't
watch
watched
that.
That's all there is. That's
Yeah.
all
So
there
for
is.
this is so this isn't even like this is kind of
No.
like literature nerd related.
Still fits.
But basically, for those who don't know, back in 2019, the director of this
Aw,
little movie
thanks,
called
Kim.
Star Wars: The Last Jedi made a movie called Knives Out, which was a send-up of his love of old Agatha Christie novels, featuring Daniel Craig as the lead detective. It was a runaway success, super dark horse hit, and
Absolutely.
Netflix and Lionsgate were like, "Let's print some money." So
Right.
on
Rightfully so.
Day, I think, or maybe Christmas Eve, they released the sequel, Glass Onion, featuring Daniel Craig, Janelle Monáe, Leslie Odom Jr., Jessica Henwick, Kate Hudson, a whole bunch of other people, and it
Dave
is
Bautista.
just a fun murder mystery with lots of twists and turns, and it feels like it was written 5 minutes ago because, like, this. So, for context, this movie was written in 2020 and filmed in 2021.
Yep.
It is written in such a way as to make you believe that Ryan Johnson was just checking over the last couple of weeks what Elon Musk was doing on Twitter and was
Exactly.
like, okay, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah, no, I knew it already because the reason why I heard about it, Dieter, is because obviously I'm on Twitter a lot. I saw a lot of people from a certain aisle getting really upset at some of the takes from Glass Onion. That's when I knew. I haven't even watched
Yes,
it yet.
a certain young
Neocon?
Yale graduate who has a deep vested interest in screenwriting. I'm sure he's going to go far in Hollywood. Did have some opinions about the writing of the movie, but we are not going to invite that level of toxicity into our space.
Not for 2023.
No. We're setting intentions now.
No toxicity in our fandom.
Yes.
Exactly.
Come
But yeah.
check us out. We'll be talking all about it.
There's lots of great dirty projects, but that one is one that I know everyone's been talking about.
Thanks,
but I wanted to
Ardalis.
highlight. The other thing that I wanted to highlight real quick before I pass it on is this has been a great year for Star Trek. If you are a Star Trek fan, we got Strange New Worlds, we got Picard, season 2 of Picard,
Yep.
we got
I'm a
season
huge
3 of
fan.
Lower Decks, we got the Star Trek Prodigy just finished its first season, I think yesterday. There has, in my opinion, there has never been a better time to be a Star Trek fan. Even back in the 90s when you had TNG, Voyager, and DS9 running, I still don't think it was as good of a time to be a Star Trek fan as it is now. Because
Yeah.
Star Trek is to the point where it's not just making a lot of shows, but it's making a lot of different kinds of shows. Every
Yeah.
show has something different to offer its audience, and it is just it's a feast, and I will be happy to gorge myself at this table for as long as this keeps happening. So that's what I'm liking about this year.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Yeah, no, I forgot even about that. I mean, I haven't watched it quite yet. I watched the original Knives Out on Amazon, the one with Chris Evans in it, which was absolutely fantastic. One of the best whodunit shows in quite a while, to be honest. So,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to watching that at some point this year on Knives Out 2.
Uh-oh.
It's all
I
good.
wanna go
It
with
was
the
And
beard.
there it is.
We here?
you had a little connectivity issue. You're
Froze up
good.
there for a minute.
No. Wouldn't be New Year's without that, would it? Yeah, but let me go over to the beard real quick. What type of content did you see this year that you enjoyed, or what types of stories did you really like being told?
I loved getting She-Hulk. I'm a huge Hulk fan.
Mm.
Yeah.
So I had to admit, I wasn't a huge She-Hulk fan until She-Hulk came out. I literally read comics about it a week before the first episode dropped, or a couple days before. But loved
That's
the
right.
show.
Nerd Squatch hooked you up with the Dan Slott run like right before
Yep.
it.
He's like, read this,
I had
read this.
Jay
We
made
got
both
this.
of us Hulk.
My
She-Hulk
man.
fans, like for real.
So what I hear is a nerd
You're out
Squatch
there,
tells
you're
you
doing
to
the
hush.
Lord's work,
That's what I hear.
preaching the gospel of Jennifer Walters.
I don't know what I ever did. I don't know.
For me,
I'm not
it was
wearing the suit jacket that I wear in that at all.
for
I
me. It
promise.
was just your love of it. Like your love of it made me like pick it up and be like, okay, no, this like I knew about her, but you know.
That's one thing that's really nice about being a part of different communities, like our nerd community with all of our content, is so often we're so passionate and so in love with different characters and stories that our passion inspires other people to like check it out. And you're like, man, this person really, really likes whatever it is, whether it be She-Hulk or Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just pulling random examples
Pollination.
out of thin air that have nothing to do with me. But some people are really passionate about certain characters and stories, and that can be very contagious in a very positive way.
No, I agree with you, Josh. And no, I would want to piggyback off of you, Beard. I really enjoyed She-Hulk myself, and
Mhm.
Dieter knows me. I mean, we've been friends for quite some time, Dieter. And you know, She-Hulk is not necessarily like what you would think of as pure EJ content or something that I would really enjoy, but I did. I thought it was actually quite excellent. It was very meta. I think the ending was a little bit clunky, but overall, I think the show was just done very well. There was a lot of funny, there was just a lot of funny moments in it. You know, the wall breaking is always cool, and I really enjoyed it much more than I thought I would. And it's probably one of my favorite Disney Plus projects of the year. So definitely agree with you on that, Beard. She-Hulk,
Yeah, I love that.
awesome. Josh, I want to ask you real quick before I go on. Obviously, quite a few things came out for you this year. Tell me a little bit about some of your favorite projects and what you really like seeing this year.
So my number one absolute favorite project by far was the Across the Spider-Verse trailer that just dropped about a week ago.
That feels like
Josh
such
is a little bit of a
That's your
Spider-Man guy. Just a little bit,
The
guys.
next year.
Yeah, what's up, Matt? Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for commenting.
What's going on,
Josh
man?
likes Spider-Man? I had no
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so-
crazy.
So, all jokes aside, I am obviously very, very excited for that movie. I'm not alone in that. I think everybody here is very excited for that movie. But as far as like full length projects that came out last year, I really enjoyed Wakanda Forever. I think they did such a great job of handling the situation that they were given, obviously with Chadwick Boseman passing away, and originally it was planned for him to be in the second Black Panther, but due to his illness and his passing, they had to adjust their plan. And I think they did such a good job of pivoting to a different story, but still explaining it in a way that made sense, and explaining it in such a way that it was beautiful, the way they expressed his funeral. And you really feel the tribute at the beginning of that movie, where not only is it tribute to the character in the movie, but it's a tribute to the actor himself. I think they did an excellent job. I think the film was very good. I also enjoyed Black Adam. I'm very disappointed that that movie doesn't really exist anymore, thanks to the current things going on with the regime with DC, and the fact that it's seemingly going to just be a one-off standalone film that won't really
What's
be
DC?
involved in any other
What's
other
DC?
universe.
Exactly.
So that does put it doesn't make the movie it doesn't make the movie any less good. Obviously, it's a little harder to be excited about it because part of the excitement is, oh, this is a really good movie. I like what they've done. I'd like to see where they're going to go from here. And now we know that they're going to go somewhere very, very different. So those are definitely the two projects that stood out to me this past year.
Yeah, no, I'll piggyback off of that. So first of all, Josh, I gotta reprimand you a little bit. You're supposed to leave the Black Panther praise to the one black guy on the stream. So
Oh my bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my bad.
So just really terrible on that, Josh. So.
Meanwhile, over on our channel, that's the only actor we've ever done a tribute video to until this year when we do it.
But
when we did a Lost
who liked
Legends.
Black Panther more though? Because I feel like I liked it more than you did even.
So I really enjoyed Wakanda Forever. Now the problem is that, to be honest, it was so sad for me that I had a hard time enjoying it because it was so sad. If that makes sense,
Yeah.
right? Like
No,
the whole time I was
I felt
watching
that
the
too.
movie. Yeah, I was like,
But by the way,
Yeah.
this is just a PSA, or maybe I need to use stronger language than that. But if you're at the movie theater and you're laughing during a funeral scene, you suck. Because I went
that
with
happen?
and literally there was like this group of like probably high school age kids just giggling like little schoolgirls the whole time. I'm like, what is funny about this? It's literally a funeral scene, first of all, and the guy in real life actually died. So there's literally no reason to be laughing whatsoever. But for some reason they found it hilarious. So they were giggling and commenting and quote unquote whispering like the whole movie. And it was so bad that there was a gentleman behind us that actually said something to them, was like, hey, stop. And
Should have stood up and given him a Stephen Ho. I will send you to Jesus. This is emotional damage.
Yes.
I will send you to Jesus. You keep laughing. Why?
Man, Gen Z's kind of coming in there, unfortunately. But
that just popped into my head. I don't mean to go on a rant, but that also did put a damper. The movie is excellent, but those people really ticked me off. But moving on, it's New Year's. We're celebrating.
We'll leave that in the past.
I do
leave that
think,
in the
though,
past.
I think though we kind of have to rip this since we're talking about it. We kind of have to rip this Band-Aid off real quick, which is this has been a great year in terms of nerd culture, but it has also been a year where I feel like we've lost a lot of people. Which
very true.
Like any loss is bad, but it feels like there's been a lot this year. Just off the top of my head, well, we did not obviously lose Chadwick Boseman this year. This was the year that Wakanda Forever came out, and so it was it felt watching that it was this was like it became real for all of us at this point. Of like,
we saw his funeral on screen basically.
It was he had his funeral. Chadwick Boseman, I'm sure, had a private funeral, 2-3 years ago, and
that
now
was
the rest of the world had a funeral for him.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, just off the top of my head, the comics world lost three truly amazing artists in the forms of George Perez, who I believe passed away this year. It may have been early last year.
I believe
Carlos Pacheco and Tim Sale. As we all know, we did lose Jason David Frank, Dr. Tommy Oliver himself. And of course, I think the one that probably hurt EJ and I the most, and I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I know, like, of all the deaths, this was the one that really killed us, was Kevin Conroy passed away. And he was a really good dude. And that one really, like, I don't know about y'all, like, celebrity deaths, I'm usually like, this is very sad. We have lost this person's work. I will miss them. Kevin Conroy, like, I cried actual human tears.
We had for EJ's birthday last year, I paid for a cameo from Kevin Conroy, and I like telling this story because it really blew my mind, because the way Cameo works, if you're not familiar, is you pay whatever the fee is, and there's like a certain allotment. You have very, very limited characters of like what you can type to tell them to say. So I kept it short and sweet. I just said, yeah, just my friend, he's a huge fan of you and of Batman. It's his favorite hero. You're his favorite Batman ever, like including live action. You're number one. And just, could you do the, I'm Batman and just maybe say happy birthday? The dude sent like a 3-4, I don't even remember how long.
3-minute long.
3-minute long,
message.
just like message, like heartfelt, like personal, like almost like he knew EJ, like they were friends, and he was just offering him, like they were sitting down for a cup of tea, and he was just offering some life advice, and it was beautiful. And I was blown away. I was so happy, far and above expectations. Yeah.
Yep, he does.
There's videos when he did pass, a couple of people who had also gotten cameos posted their cameos, and this is just what he did. Like it wasn't like he was reading off a script and he was like, this is my birthday script. This is my I'm sorry someone in your life died. I'm proud of you for getting a job script. Like each one is different, but each one was like, it's not just a hey, great job, man. Hey, happy birthday, man. It was, hey, this is really cool. And let's talk about you for a second. Because I know I'm the Batman. I'm cool, but like, let's talk about what makes you great. And it's like, you don't have to do that. But he felt like he did.
I have to give sorry, dude. I have to give this quick shout out. Obviously, before he passed, Kevin Conroy. I think it's to his coming up in the comic book area, in the comic book. What was it called, Dieter, again? It was Becoming Batman, I believe.
Comic that was published in DC Pride?
Yeah. Was it Becoming Batman or something like that?
I believe that was what it was called. Yes, I can pull it up in a second.
So. I think I heard that.
Yeah. That was... Obviously, we didn't know that he was... He was definitely closeted for some time. That was something that he struggled with a lot in Hollywood. Definitely read that comic. I glazed over it before he passed, but after he passed, I went back and actually read it, watched a couple of videos about it. It is one of the most, heart-wrenching things we talked about, his personal struggles, especially with the alcoholic father and people he had tough relationships with. Yeah, oh my goodness, it was heartbreaking. And, people like that don't... I found this out likely, but people like that have his demeanor, don't get it through a life of, lollipops and roses. Something has to happen for you to kind of get that special demeanor. That specialness doesn't just come out of someone who doesn't have experience, who hasn't had actual hardships. And
very true.
I'll be honest, I haven't felt that moved by a actor or somebody like that since, I don't know, Steve from Blue's Clues looked at me and told me everything was going to be okay.
I was just thinking the same thing. Like every single one of his cameos was like a personalized version of Steve from Blue's Clues coming back and saying, "Hey, you made it! Like I'm proud of you."
And he was like that with people in person too. Now I myself did not meet him in person. My girlfriend at the time did, and Jay went in line. But at one point, we were really, really busy during the con. But at one point, I did stand near his booth, far enough as my door is away from me, and watched him interact with fans. And most people almost kind of rush people through a little bit. Yep. He really engaged with every person standing in front of him. It was amazing.
Well, when we met him, it was June. And for those who don't know, June is, of course, Pride Month. And that was almost right before he passed away too, and that was I've met him twice, and that was the second time, and the one thing I said to him while we were there was Happy Pride. So and he said it back, and it really just it warmed my heart. So
along with also, he didn't want to take the money that we had sent to pay for an autograph. Because I had gotten this. It was an action figure based off the old animated series. It was Battle Damaged Batman, and it had a cloth cape. And I was like, "Take this. Here's the money. Take the figurine. Please go get it signed." And then they come back to the table and they hand me back money. I'm like, "What? Was he too busy? Was he not at his table?" And they were like, "No, he was there. He just refused to take money because he found out that we were doing this for charity." And I'm like, "That's amazing." Like, because you don't expect that, that's how they make their money. And he didn't want anything to do with our money because he found out it was for the children's charity.
Yep.
Very cool.
Just a really solid dude, and obviously we love all this Cape stuff, but when you're able to transcend from the comics, transcend from your medium, and actually make an impact on people's lives, you reached another level right there. And Kevin Conroy will always live on. He may have passed away, but his legacy totally lives on, and we'll remember him not just for his epic Batman performances, but what kind of person he is. And hopefully, all of us leave a similar legacy when we pass on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, got a little touchy there, guys. I know.
For quick context, the story is called Finding Batman. It was originally published in DC Pride 2022 number 1. You can find that on DC Universe Infinite, which is DC's subscription reading service. It is my understanding this is still the case. I use the service regularly. I have a subscription. But it is my understanding that even if you do not have a subscription, if you are willing to register and give them your email, they do have a collection of comics that are free to read regardless. I believe as a way of honoring Conroy's passing, they did make this comic free to read, so you don't have an excuse. Go read it.
You read it
because it's really good. And I was going to read an excerpt from it, but taking any single piece of it out would diminish everything that he wrote. So I have elected not to do that. So just go read it. Go read it.
Yeah.
Go read it
right now.
Yeah. No,
not right now. Watch the live.
Watch the live right now. Read it in the next year. That'll be one of your New Year's resolutions. All right, that'll be one of your New Year's resolutions. Yeah, guys. I mean, I know that was a little touching moment and stuff like that. Definitely want to keep the mood up, though. Let me go to Nerd Squatch really quick.
Bring it back.
Yeah, no, bring it back. Don't make me cry this early. We're only 30 minutes in, guys. We got 3.5 hours to go. Nerd Squatch, tell me a little bit about your year this year and kind of what content that you really enjoyed, my guy.
So, just like a few other people here, Dieter mainly and I spoke about this, but I'm a big She-Hulk fan and really love the show. But my standout, and it's my standout of a few years, I think, actually, is Werewolf by Night.
Werewolf by Night.
I keep on hearing that so good.
Absolutely stunning. So much fun.
Yeah.
So much fun. Michael Giacchino is a legendary composer, and to see him take his step into directing and to see how artful and masterful it is, I mean, I need more. I need more.
I have said it. Oh, sorry, go.
No, you go ahead because I was gonna move on. So you go ahead.
Oh well, I was just gonna say regarding Werewolf by Night, I have said privately. I don't think I've ever said it anywhere publicly. Werewolf by Night is, if you average every single aspect of filmmaking and you put it on a scale from 1 to 10 or whatever, Werewolf by Night averages to be, in my opinion, the most proficient, the most well-crafted piece of film that Marvel has ever done. Unquestionably. There are other shows that I might like better. There might be other films that do like one thing better or one piece of filmmaking better. But in terms of consistent excellence across the project, Werewolf by Night that's the peak.
Yeah.
So it's actually, what I'm hearing is that if Martin Scorsese would watch this, he would not give his general Marvel commentary. He would be like, it's cinema.
Werewolf by Night is fucking cinema, and Martin Scorsese is fighting out.
Yeah. I mean, it's different than anything you've ever seen in the MCU.
Yeah.
It doesn't mimic anything at all. It doesn't follow the Marvel formula. It is its own amazing thing, but it still takes place in the MCU. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, you guys,
it definitely wears its references. It wears its references, and it wears the things that inspired it on its sleeve. Like, it's obviously a send up to the old Universal monsters, but when you're doing it that well, homage is a perfectly acceptable form of craft.
For sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now I'll have to check it out. Everyone I've heard that's watched it has spoken really highly of it, so I'll definitely have to watch it. Watch out for it. Now, before we close out, I do want to go to my friend the Bear. Big Bear.
So
tell me about your year, bro.
My favorite piece of nerdy cinema whatever that came out this year is actually, and I say this with an asterisk because I haven't seen
Okay.
Wakanda Forever yet.
Okay.
That was
Shame on
the
you.
one that I missed
Love
because
that, by the way.
I was going through
Love
personal stuff when
Oh,
it was in
not shame on you.
theaters, and then it hasn't come on Disney Plus yet. What's going on, Disney?
It's cool.
So-
It's cool.
I missed that one. I haven't seen that one yet. So with that asterisk, my favorite piece of cinema that was nerd culture was Matt Reeves' The Batman.
Uh-oh.
It
You're going to take
was-
mine.
It was Matt Reeves' The
Go for it.
Batman because it's the first time we get to see him be a detective. It is early on in Batman's, whole crusade. It was a masterpiece. It was perfect. It was the Batman movie I've always waited
perfect.
for. I could not
In
find
every
a
way.
complaint other than the runtime. And that wasn't even that much of a complaint. It's just I wish they had an intermission so that I could go to use the restroom without missing
Tea
something.
break.
Like, it's not even oh man, that was a lot of movie to watch. That complaint is reserved for Lord of the Rings. For those of y'all that don't know what my stance is on those films,
Oh,
But-
I just watched them recently. All those
Yeah.
cuts like this month.
I'll watch Lord of the Rings all day. The Hobbit movies I have a problem with. We can talk about that in 2023. But
yeah.
Matt, other than the runtime for Matt Reeves' Batman, where I was like, I ate popcorn and I drank soda, but I don't want to miss anything. Like I need to go, but I don't want to. And then at one point I did. And I was like I was doing the ninja run, just trying to get to the bathroom and back. But the casting, amazing. The story told was amazing. Like, there wasn't a piece of that film that I didn't enjoy.
I'm hearing you being like Homelander, It was perfect. Perfect in every way.
Yeah.
Minute detail.
Now that's something I
You should, Dieter, because it's absolute masterpiece.
maybe this year if we get I don't know, if we get to like 1,500 subscribers, I'll watch The Boys. How about that?
Yeah. Oh,
There's a challenge. There's a challenge for anybody watching who's not subscribed.
1,500.
for
So Dieter watches The
1,500
Boys.
subscribers. So
I don't know.
Dieter
I
will
don't know if he's
actually
watching it right now,
watch
but just
The
in
Boys.
case he is, because I know he has suggested to me in the past. Logan, if you're watching this, like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe for more content. I gotta piggyback off my boy the beer there. I should have known better because I was gonna go last of what I enjoyed this year. I should have known someone was gonna pick up my man Bats. I knew better than to wait.
But I mean,
at the end.
everybody knew that was your answer. So
Well, I was gonna fake people out, maybe say Wakanda Forever. So I was gonna keep it a little spicy.
you can't complain. You complained about me taking Wakanda Forever. You're complaining about Bear taking Batman.
You know what? I just wanted something to complain about. It's okay, Josh. Let me
We
get
know
away with
you
this.
always want something.
Let me get away with
we're
this.
aware.
Let me get away with this.
Okay, go off, King.
So I'm gonna piggyback on the bear. Listen, guys, I'm a Batman guy through and through. And when I heard that my boy from Twilight, Robert Pattinson, was going to play the Batman, I had a little bit of hesitation. But to be fair, I was one of those guys that when Ben Affleck got cast as Batman, I was like, "Oh, Ben Affleck? No!" And ended up being my favorite Batman of all time. Now, Matt Reeves' The Batman, I think, is an almost perfect film. It's like you said. I think the finale took a little bit longer than what it needed to do. But overall, really good film. I know everyone wants to make long films at this point, 3 hours. I mean, I think we're all racing toward, Snyder Cut levels.
Thank you, Snyder.
Yeah, you're welcome, my boy. Thank you, my boy.
Thank you, Zachary.
Watch it in one sitting.
Zachary Edward Snyder.
Who's
Well,
Snyder?
I
Who's
used to
this
joke with
Snyder
Josh.
guy you keep talking about?
I used
Never
to
heard
joke
of
with
him.
Josh,
Is he like an
and I
up and
said-
coming director?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
some guy. Just some guy. Just cinema. I used to
He'll
joke
be
with
real
Josh saying
big
that
next year.
with the Snyder Cut, he gave you a Snyder remote that helps you pause the film, to help you, binge the epic, so you don't have to worry about it too much. But yeah, no, I love long films. The Batman's great. I also want to piggyback on what Josh said on Black Adam. Sucks that it looks like that's not going to be continuing, but really love the cinematography. And let's be honest, whoever directed Black Adam, which I can't remember right offhand. Could have been Dwayne The Rock Johnson in Proxy. Whoever really directed it was kind of like, not really the guy that was really calling the shots, but whoever did it has probably watched every one of Snyder's work ever. Like that shot where he gets thrown off the side is definitely 300. Are we just joking?
This is DC.
That's what James Gunn did for the whole DC universe. So,
Yame Kale Sarah?
Yeah. Have not heard of him, but no, I really love Black Adam. I thought it was a really fun film. I know a lot of people hate on it. It underperformed, but I really enjoyed just the action, And Dwayne The Rock Johnson had a stiffer performance than usual, but what I really enjoyed in Black Adam was actually the Justice Society. That was actually more fun than Black Adam itself, right? Hawkman, Dr. Fate.
Love him, by the way.
Exactly.
Aldous Hodge. Fantastic.
Yeah, they were all really good. Like every time Adam Smash would mess up and Hawkman would look at him and be like, yeah, that's me and you, buddy. Me and you. I started laughing.
Me and you. Me and you. That was good. I heard some people complaining about that because I know, EJ, you've brought this up before where there's like the stereotypical like, hard ass like black man character and kind of doing that whole persona, but I think he does that, but they do it in a fun way, and I didn't mind it. I thought it landed well, and it is entertaining. I too thought it was pretty funny when it's, you and me, pal, you and me, and it kind of keeps coming back. And that's one thing that I think gets missed in that movie. One of the reasons I love it so much is that we had these characters that we weren't introduced to before, but it was okay because they had such good chemistry, and there was what they all were doing together, and the different relationship that each member had with each other and with Teth Adam as well, like really plays well, and I appreciated that. Yeah, no, I'm very sad that James Gunn has Thanos snapped my DC universe. Looks like Lindsay. Lindsay, how's it going? But thanks for joining.
Here's what I'll say. I'm gonna look forward with idea of a better tomorrow for the DCU. Hopefully the movies they do put out are good, because regardless of how I feel, the movies that they have put out overall have not met the standard. And if you're releasing like a movie starring The Rock and it doesn't hit 500 at least million at the box office, you've done something wrong. You've done something wrong. Yeah, and there's something that needs to be changed. So even though my boy Cavill, Affleck, and all the guys look like they're getting Thanos snapped out of there, eat it out.
I think the problem with Black Adam was it was a great movie, but I think it was very overhyped by a lot
people.
Like saying it
by The Rock, feel maybe?
A little bit. But there was a lot of like hardcore DC Marvel haters who overhyped DC, saying this puts Marvel to bed, and I'm like, it didn't. Though, what are you talking about?
Like, it could still be a great film. Like,
it's a good movie.
One of the best.
Not to mention, like, let's be real here. You need to do more than a good movie in a year in order to put Marvel to bed, right?
Yeah,
so you're gonna have that argument. We need more than one. It's like being that band that comes on and you Call Me Maybe, right? You need more than one hit wonder.
Oh my goodness, that's the next Michael Jackson.
Right? Yeah. No, you need more than the one hit, right? And even then, it wasn't as big of a hit as I guess it was supposed to be. I did like it, as I previously said. I did really, really like it. So
no, I really enjoyed it as well. And here's the deal: we are going to get some more stories next year. We'll see. I'm told that Gunn's going to be announcing his slate in January to kind of give us an idea of what everything looks like. So we'll kind of get a clearer picture then as far as what that all looks like. But then there's going to be an absolute bloodbath. I've seen Gunn stand and Snyder fans and even what's called Shazam fans, because people who like Shazam, who think Shazam's going to be removed, are mad. Gal Gadot fans are mad. It's like basically what Gunn did is he unified every fandom fashion of the DC universe against himself.
And then there's me who's just like, I kind of trust you.
Yeah. Hey, you got me over here. Like, I like the Suicide Squad. I like Peacemaker.
Oh yeah, my poster's right there.
You made me like Peacemaker. I trust you.
I love that.
I trust.
I trust.
Listen. Gun's not my cup of tea all the time. I've always already said this. Like, I like Guardians 1. Not a big fan of Guardians 2. The Suicide Squad's mid to
Me
me.
neither.
But you didn't like. Which one did you not like?
Guardians 2.
Yeah, I didn't think
Guardians
2 was
2
that
felt
good.
forced. It
I
felt
love
forced.
Yeah.
Guardians 2.
I do
Yeah,
not
Guardians
like it
2 was
at
like,
all.
yeah. Dieter's shaking his head. He disagrees. I know.
I am shaking my head as well. Dieter and I are shaking our head in
Guardians of the
unison.
Galaxy Volume 2 is a
Guardians-
masterpiece.
Thank
It was
you.
It was a good film, but they ruined Ego's storyline for me. It was
Only
Ego
if
for
you
me.
know that was
It just kind of felt flat.
Yeah.
It felt like a cheap version of Fast and Furious, trying to the Force family storyline. Like, it didn't feel natural.
I really
It wasn't as
Yeah.
funny, in my opinion. Again, I'm not trying to hate on
Yes,
anyone who
sir,
loves that
Tom,
movie.
y'all.
It was still graphically amazing.
Yeah. I will say Peacemaker, I love parts of that as well. The best part of Peacemaker is that opening sequence, right? Do you really want to taste it? Like, come on. Regardless of some of my other issues with the series, love that opening scene, you know?
Yeah.
No, so, I mean, we'll see. We'll have to see, you know? Let's be optimistic, I guess. I'm just going to stay off Twitter for a long
In
time.
Gun we believe, in Feige we trust. That's my slogan.
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, the toughest part with
It's very
Gunn as well
clever.
is because he may not have the resources that Feige has, and what I mean by that is that Warner Brothers is in deep debt right now. So a lot of the stories they will be making, assumingly, might be cheaper to make. Like when they say, "Hey, we want to talk about Clark Kent back when he was a news reporter." Yeah, when I hear about that, that sounds cheap. Because doing stuff like how Snyder was having Henry Cavill lots of destruction stuff, that's expensive CGI. Well, if you have a beat story about Clark Kent as a news reporter, that's a cheaper story to do. So I'm hoping that the resources at Warner Brothers will be enough, because that's always been the issue, rather than the creators themselves, because they're always, hamstringed by the overall state of Warner Brothers, which is why a lot of properties of Warner Brothers has been, sinking as of late. So we'll have to see, but I will keep a smile and hope for the next Superman to really kick it, because I love me some Superman, and we should have more Superman content.
See,
I know
I'm not,
Yeah.
so I don't really care.
I think the beard can at least agree with me. You want some Superman content, don't you, buddy?
I do want Superman content, but we probably won't agree on what kind of Superman.
I know. We have a little bit of a friendly rivalry. Me and Dieter have had out of hours of debates over Man of Steel, so I think I'm pretty prepared at this point.
Yeah.
But nah, man. I mean, it's been a good year overall. I will say this. I mean, even with all the drama with DC, like, it's been a good year. We've had a lot of good stuff come out. And yeah, no, I'm looking forward to next year.
Yeah.
And speaking of
So
good stuff, EJ, why don't you tell everyone in the stream about our giveaways that we're doing?
Yeah, let's
Oh,
go
is
back
one of those
to
coming up?
Yeah.
so we're about to give something away, but I'll go ahead and remind you guys. So if you like the stream and you comment, so those who have already liked and commented, thank you so much. You're entered in, and we're going to go ahead and give away our first item now, which is going to be the Pop Salt and Pepper Shakers of Han Solo and Guido. And you can discuss with your significant other or other people in your house who shot first as you are salting and peppering your delicious dinners. So I am going to pull up
Great.
a
elevator
randomizer
pitch, no notes.
right now, and boom, we have our number now. Going over to the comments.
I think Han shot first, but it was in self-defense.
Why?
What kind of bullshit centrist answer is
Hi,
that?
John. Nice to see you. Thanks for
John
tuning
plays
in, buddy.
guitar.
Hi, John.
What's up, Princess? Thanks for tuning
Princess
in.
Hill. How you doing?
Hey, Blackfish.
All right. So we have our winner.
Uh-oh.
Our winner
Announce
is,
it.
drum roll, please. Kimberly Allison, you have won
Let's go,
the Star
Kimberly.
Wars Pop Salt and Pepper Shakers. We will be reaching out to you at the conclusion of the stream. Congratulations.
That will not be necessary.
I think the Bear and the Beard crew have that on lock.
You might know, Tim. You might know, Tim.
I'm gonna give you a little behind BTS here. That's Jay's mom. That's our public liaison, Mama Kim. We love her. So yeah, we got you on that. We got you, Knights. We got you.
Honestly, and I do want to let anyone who is watching this know that this is legitimately random. Josh did not know that.
No, he
but
did not.
It is hilarious to me
funny
because we have now saved on shipping costs.
I put the number of comments that we have, like any single person other than me. Obviously, I commented, but I'm not entered to win. I put it in a number randomizer and hit the button, and that's what we get. But if you didn't win, stay tuned because we have 4 more gifts that we will be giving away. And there's not that many comments, so you have a very, very good chance of winning.
That is
very,
true.
very high odds.
Good prizes tonight.
Yeah, no, and we're at this point, guys. Look, we are 51 minutes into our stream. It's 8:51, almost closer to 9 o'clock. So we're getting, we're almost kicking the tires down the road. Dieter, don't you have a little something for us, maybe?
I mean, I do have a little something, but I need 5 whole people to do it, though. That's the problem.
Oh, exactly.
Let's vamp for just a little bit.
Yeah, we'll do a little vamping. We'll do it live.
A little bit of vamping, so that we can get our 5th person in. But then, yes, I do have a little game to play with.
A little game. I'm excited for it. I know we talked about some of our debates beforehand, so one of the things that I wanted to expand upon next year, I definitely want to have me and bring the Beard on for a conversation, me and him, at some point. Like, we're kind of talking about Superman. I think we've had a lot of good off-camera conversations about Supes. I think it could be something where we could build upon through our mutual respect for the character that we love so much. If you could tell, we come from different sides of the aisle on certain things, which is what makes it a little bit more interesting. Yeah. But you've always been very fluent with the way you've talked about it. I think it's going to be fun to kind of dive into that conversation more because regardless, the reason why it's so controversial is because Superman, the Man of Steel, both inspire us both, but in different ways. So I'm excited to look forward and kind of doing that.
And I mean, and just the thing about that really that should carry on into everything we do in 2023. I feel like, because what's the point of resounding everything to an echo chamber? Like we should, like I've said it, and I'll say it again when we do our no toxicity panel at Fan Expo next week, and I'll say it many more times. But no one likes everything about the same thing. Like I can like something, but my favorite thing about that something is probably not the Beard's favorite thing from that something.
Sure.
And it's definitely probably not EJ's because me and you don't agree on a lot. But it's okay because as I said in our private chat the other day, where we have our group, our Geeks of the Roundtable that y'all are in, that's one thing I love about like having EJ and Josh and Dieter in that chat, because we respect each other to go, hey, I'm glad that makes you happy. I'm not upset that it's happening, but don't be surprised if I don't get ecstatic. Like that's I mean, it just, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think it's something I've had to learn as well, because I don't always do a good job of this because I have very strong opinions. First of all, I come from a political science background, so I'm very much so love to be online owning. Yeah, that's super fun to me, and I really enjoy it. However, the people I talk to don't always enjoy that, so I curb that a little bit.
EJ, you've vamped long enough before you tell us about how you like to go troll hunting.
I do, right?
New Master 69.
Exactly, but we want to make sure, because have respectful conversations about this, because we can learn from everyone here, about kind of, different parts of characters that we didn't necessarily see before. I think it's good that we're open to having those conversations. And the best part is to make sure that you don't crap people's characters that they love. right?
Yeah.
So if someone really likes something, there's no need for me to come in there and say, "Oh, that sucks." Even though I have a habit of sometimes doing that, I'm trying to hold myself back in 2023. Right, boys?
Looking at you,
Hold me accountable.
Scorsese. Looking at you.
All right. Well, before we go to the next thing, I'm gonna go out, guys. Really need to grab something, but I got 5 guys here. We'll move on to our next segment very soon. All right.
And now we all have to vamp. So, firstly, if anyone is joining us, thank you for spending your New Year's Eve with us.
Thank you very much.
We love you. For anyone who is just joining us, who wasn't here at the start of the stream, we do have a lot of fun stuff planned. We've got a game that we're going to be playing here in a few that I hope everyone will enjoy. After that, we are going to be doing a very special segment where our colleagues at the Bear and the Beard podcast are going to be interviewing us on our own show. About, I believe we are calling it the Knights of the Nerds Table Origins. We will be doing that for a little while. And then I am happy to report we have a bit of a special treat at the end of the night for everyone. We will be doing a little bit, we'll be getting a little bit dramatic.
A bit
It's like the whole reason I'm here. Like, I'm most excited about that.
Honestly, when I don't even know, I think it was Josh who pitched it. At first I was like, this will never work. And then he explained how he wanted to do it. And I was like, this is the best idea I've ever heard in my life.
We need to do it more times.
Follow you.
Yeah, so definitely when we do that, guys, if you're seeing that, comment down below and let us know what you think of it. We'd love to keep doing stuff like that. We all got pretty excited. It was kind of like an off the cuff, hey, what if we read a comic dramatically on the live stream? And everybody was like, and then the more we talked about it and thought about it, it sort of snowballed into this excellent idea. And then Dieter took it and ran, and he wrote up a script and stage directions.
And now it's a
everything.
radio drama without the radio.
So now we're really excited to present that to you guys. We put a lot of time and effort into it to try and make it something special for you guys. So we really hope that you guys enjoy it. Matt, thanks for tuning in again and for your other comment. I like your comments. We've got a hammer with lightning bolts, and then
that is Han Brolo. His favorite hero is Thor.
Earlier we got the guitar from Matt, so thank you, appreciate it.
Rock on.
John plays guitar, I'm sure appreciates that, and I definitely appreciate it as a musician and fellow guitar player myself.
You play guitar?
I do. I play drums, guitar, piano.
You should play some guitar for us later when we're having to riff.
But I could. But
play Freebird.
I'm not very good. I'm not very good at piano or bass necessarily. I'm more of a guitar and drum player, but I enjoy music a lot. It's a big part of who I am.
You can't touch music, but music can touch you.
Yes. Music, this is what I heard somebody say once, and it really stuck with me. And what they said was music is a universal language spoken across the world.
Yes.
And I was like, you know what? That's right, because you don't have to speak the same language if you're playing music. You can, definitely communicate and express. It's very, very cool.
There is actually an episode of Strange New Worlds that came up this year. It's the first episode to kind of showcase Uhura. They have her learn to communicate with an alien species that communicates solely through musical tones, which sounds super absurd until you consider the fact that music is based in mathematics. And in real life, scientists who do serious work regarding communicating with any potential extraterrestrial life utilize mathematical equations as a form of language, because we assume at least that mathematical equations and the fundamental principles of mathematics will be constant regardless of language, which might be the height of hubris for us to believe that, but who knows? Get in the comments with stuff about the Fermi paradox later if you want.
The Fermi paradox.
But EJ is back, so now at this point we are going to go to our game. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so very, very proud to be hosting the first ever Knights of the Nerds table game of...
This is Actually.
Let's go.
Yes.
Is there a way to...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Actually. This is, for anyone who does not know, this is a web series created by College Humor, available exclusively on their subscription service Dropout, hosted by Mike Trapp, who you saw in that video. And it was popular enough that College Humor decided to create a home game version of Actually, which I backed because I am a huge mark for Dropout and College Humor. And I thought it would be a really, really fun idea for us to play this on stream. Real quick before we get started, just a few business things. This stream is not monetized. We are just doing this for fun. We are not affiliated with Dropout, College Humor, Sam Reich, or Mike Trapp in any way. But I will say I do use their streaming service literally every day. So like, if you like fun comedy stuff and unscripted comedy content, it is worth your time and money. But yeah, so
they do lots of different things.
And hey, College Humor, if you want like a team of 6 people to play this religiously on a channel, you know who to reach out to. It's those guys up top right there. Get them. You know.
I wasn't fishing for that.
I'm gonna fish for that for you, dude.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. They've got a YouTube channel where they put a lot of these episodes up for free, and it kind of advertises itself. I'm not unwilling. I'm just saying they don't need my help. But for our players, firstly, anyone who is watching at home who is familiar with the show will know that as a general rule, Actually is usually played with 3 players. We are playing with 5. That does mean that there will be proportionally more questions, and the game will go on proportionally longer as compared to an episode of the show. Also, a little bit of background notes for everyone. Each of our players had the opportunity to pick from a series of categories, including comics, sci-fi, video games, and anime, so that they each have an equal chance of knowing what's going to be in my little deck of questions.
Possibly. With
the business side of things out of the way, let me explain the rules. Actually is very simple. I have here a series of incorrect statements about various pop culture things that you ideally know and love. I will read off the statement, and if you believe that I have said something incorrectly, you may interrupt me at any time to provide a correction. I will tell you then if you are right or not. The only rule is that you must precede your correction with the phrase actually. If you do not, then you will not get a point, and somebody else has the opportunity to steal. And yes, I am recording points, so there will be a winner at the end of this.
Nice.
They don't get anything.
Bragging rights. Bragging
rights because we're a bunch of pedantic nerds. So like, you're the most pedantic nerd, which means we will treat you as our king. But that's all I've got. So with that said, I believe we have lost.
Where'd Brian go?
Where'd the beard go? Bring me my beard. I know I already have one, but I want a second one. Bring me a second beard so that I may proceed.
Bring me the head of a pig. Brian Regan, anybody?
What do I need something to write on for? The answer?
So I will answer that question for you while we wait for Brian. So after every 5 questions, we will have a shiny question. The shiny question will be more in depth. It will have more detail to it, and you will need to write some things down for that question.
Okay, got it.
Yes, thank you.
All hail the Nerd King.
Hail the Nerd King. All right, if everyone is ready, we shall begin.
King of the Nerd.
So, our first question regards everybody in this chat's favorite movie, Wonder Woman 1984.
Oh, yay!
Oh,
break my
no.
heart. It's my
Oh,
favorite.
no.
I actually
My
love
The
that
2020
film.
film, The Dreamstone, has the power to grant wishes. Barbara wishes to be more like Diana and gains the same powers as Wonder Woman. Diana wishes to see her long-dead boyfriend Steve again, and his body is magically resurrected. Another guy
Actually,
Actually,
I heard Beard first,
oh,
Bear.
Bear?
I was after
Yeah.
Bear. I was after
Yeah.
Bear.
and
Was it
I heard
me?
Bear first.
Okay.
I can't get used to you guys'
Actually, his body was not resurrected. His visage, I guess, was projected onto, or his soul inhabited the body of a random human being.
That is 100% correct.
And apparently it was
He's
hinted-
not resurrected. He's basically, his soul is put inside the body of another man. I believe. I
also,
read Wonder Woman
also on top
1984.
of that,
All I know
on
is
top
what's
of that,
on this
bro,
comic.
apparently it was hinted that that character that he inhabits is actually, gay, which makes it even weirder that they had relations.
That brings up like some weird.
Yeah,
There's a lot of stuff
There's
about
a lot of weird stuff going on at DC.
That's not. I don't want to talk about that.
There was
that-
so much
Yeah.
disruption on the
So-
top. They didn't even check the lot when Patty Jenkins was filming. They're just like, oh, I'm sure she's doing all right.
So, the Bear is going to get a point.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're just going to move on from that, and we're going to say, never forget there is nothing more sexy than consent.
Amen. Sponsored by
Facts.
the Knights.
Radical.
And
This
also,
podcast is
I'm
sponsored by
not laughing at the idea of that. I'm laughing at Dieter's face when he said it, just to verify. Because he got very, just very, hey, look, it's considered sex. I love it.
I have to be a good role model for the
I'm
children.
glad one of us is. This.
Before we move on to the next question, I would really like to thank today's sponsor of this live stream. I'm just kidding. It's you. It's you, the viewers. Thank you so much for tuning
We
in.
love you
and
for watching.
That's true.
It's you. You
That
guys
is
are our sponsors. We don't have any
You are the real
sponsors. It's you.
heroes.
You guys are the MVPs. Thank you all.
It's sponsored by consent. That's what it's sponsored by.
Sponsor.
Oh,
Yeah.
So, we are now moving on. Our next question concerns the comic and film series Kingsman.
Okay.
I saw some raised eyebrows. See, not all of this is going to be easy. All right. So, Mark Hamill makes appearances in both the 2014 Kingsman movie and its comic book source material. In the movie, Hamill plays Professor James Arnold, while in the comics, he appears as himself and is kidnapped by Professor James Arnold. In the movie, Arnold dies when the chip in his neck is detonated, but comic Hamill is rescued and becomes a recurring character throughout the series.
Actually, I think Hamill is actually not rescued. Like, I think he dies.
That's 100% correct.
Yep.
Mm.
Have you read Kingsman, or was that just a guess?
I've read and watched all the Kingsmen.
Okay, I mean, you're 100% right. Yeah, Mark Hamill is not successfully rescued in the comic. He and his rescuer plummet off a cliff to their deaths.
I knew I didn't like that
Ooh.
franchise for some reason. You killed Mark Hamill.
Boo this
I have not
franchise.
read this comic because Mark Millar and I have a feud, but I do really love the movies because Matthew Vaughn, I think, is one of the great unsung action directors of our generation. Like, X-Men First Class is far and away the best X-Men movie, and we don't talk about it.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Except for Days of Future Past comes close. Days of Future
I
Past.
did love Days of Future
Yeah,
Past. That was a good one.
And I want to say I am not counting the spin-offs there, so I'm not talking about any of the Wolverine movies or Deadpool, because that's a whole different.
Okay, all right. I was fixing to say if we're counting spin-offs, but
Yeah.
No, I'm just talking about X-Men movies.
I'm glad you
The
said that
conversation
because
gets
I
a
was
lot
Me
muddier.
too, I've got an
otherwise.
X-Men tattoo.
I was gonna keep my opinion to myself.
No, I saw you
All
over
right.
in there. You're like,
Yeah. I was like, I'm pretty sure Deadpool is the best X-Men movie ever, but if we're not counting spin-offs, then yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Logan.
I want to point out that you said that so confidently without acknowledging the existence of Logan.
Ah, Logan makes me cry.
All right, so that is 1 point for EJ, and we are on to our next question. This question is about Bob's Burgers.
Oh, I'm out.
Feel free, by the way, down below in the comments, if you guys know the answer, feel free to attempt to answer in the comments as well.
Yeah, I will say if you answer in the comments, and you actually, just for funsies here, if anyone answers my question before the players do, I am going to treat the audience as a player. And if the audience wins,
ask about Buffy.
then I don't know. We'll do something. We'll do our next giveaway if the audience wins.
Oh, thanks, Princess. That's so kind of you.
I love
did
that
see
Princess
in the
is
chat,
here.
We're
first of
happy
all,
to be your people.
Yes, we are very happy to be your people. I do want to call out Lindsay in the chat real quick. Very good friend of several of the hosts, Lindsay. I'm going to tell you right now, Lindsay, Buffy is nowhere in my plans.
Thank
so
goodness.
I'm just ripping that Band-Aid off. I am a huge, for those who don't know, I am a huge fan of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But it was our contestants who picked the categories, and Buffy is nowhere in my plans.
I liked Angel better, just out of the two. So
That's fair. I don't know if I agree, but I think that's fair. I need to, now that I'm 30, I need to go back and watch Angel because Angel.
Yeah.
I mean, Josh Whedon hasn't made good content since Toy Story, so not even worried about anything for Buffy.
Look, please, EJ, I am begging you.
Yes.
Do not make me stand here in front of God and everyone and defend that vile man. Because I know you know.
I liked Firefly.
I know you know that I love Buffy. I know you know that I love Angel. I know that you know that I love Firefly.
I'm trying to
not
reform
make me
you.
defend the writer of those shows.
Right.
Because he's a bad person. Anyway, our next question is about Bob's Burgers. Bob Belcher is weirdly protective of the names for his burger of the day, which are usually a play on the burger's ingredients, and he refuses to allow anyone else to name them. Memorable burger of the day names include the Foot Feta-ish burger, Pepper Don't Preach burger, Crowded House burger, and the Child Molester burger comes with candy.
Actually, I don't think that last one was a real one.
I hate.
Please tell me he's right.
Oh no!
Actually, I think the first one about the foot fetish was not correct. I don't recall that one.
Nope, that one is real.
Actually, the last one's just fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I
is a
think
true
fair bit of
statement.
Bob's Burgers, and I do not remember that one, but I am trusting the card, and the card says it's real.
Wait, hold on. Actually, Bob has let people name his burgers before.
That is 100% correct.
Yes.
Good job.
Among others,
Dang
has
it.
come up with a few.
I had to think about that. I was like, wait, it's not the burgers
I
themselves.
haven't seen it all. I've seen like a good amount of it, but I
Yeah.
never like sat down to watch it all, and I didn't recall that one.
The
That didn't
movie
sound
was
very
actually really good.
Really good.
I enjoyed it very much. I'm not a
Yeah.
huge Bob Burgers fan, but I love
good. The
John
movie.
Benjamin,
Oh.
and I love the movie. The Bob's Burgers episode of Archer was also very good. So,
There was was there like a Bob's Burgers Archer?
Yes.
crossover?
yes,
Really?
it's at one point Archer loses his memory and thinks that he is Bob, and he's married to Linda and has the kids, and they have to go and find him and be very careful about like letting him know who he actually is. It's actually very well done.
See me after class. I want to know more.
You got it.
All right, perfect. So that is another point for the bear audience. You're slacking. You got to keep up with these guys. Come on. All right. So our next question is related to the 2003 comic miniseries Superman Red Sun.
I'm out.
Oh
In
boy.
this series, Superman crash lands in the USSR instead of the United States, and Lex Luthor creates a somewhat deformed clone of Superman for the US military. The two Supermen fight, and ultimately the real Superman destroys the clone with a nuclear bomb. Superman eventually takes over as the leader of Russia after Stalin is murdered.
Actually, does Superman not kill? Does he kill Stalin?
As far as I am aware, in my memory of reading the comic and his card,
No,
he does
okay.
kill Stalin.
Okay.
Or actually, I don't know if he kills Stalin. Stalin is murdered. It is unclear
Okay.
based on
It's
the card
implied.
whether or not Superman
Okay.
is related.
I'm remembering something else, I guess. Weird.
Can you read it again, Dieter? I'm sorry. Can you read
I would
it
be
again?
happy to.
Yeah.
In this series, Superman crash lands in the USSR instead of the United States, and Lex Luthor creates a somewhat deformed clone of Superman for the US military. The two Supermen fight, and ultimately, the real Superman destroys the clone with a nuclear bomb. Superman eventually takes over as the leader of Russia after Stalin is murdered.
Actually-
doesn't. Who?
I want to hear what Josh says first.
So, actually, he doesn't kill him with a nuclear bomb.
Damn it.
Okay, what does he do?
I don't know. I'm guessing. I don't know.
He's right.
I'm not gonna pass this around. I'm gonna give it to you because you basically said exactly what was on my card. Superman does not kill the clone. Instead, the clone sacrifices himself to save innocent people from the nuclear bomb.
Okay. That
Head
makes
and
sense.
tree.
Even the bad Superman's good. What the heck is wrong with this Boy
Bizarro.
Scout?
Man, I got time to rant about this. I cannot stand Bizarro. And it's not anything to do with the character himself, but it is the way that he the way that he is inconsistently written. Because Bizarro has a very specific syntax where everything he says is the opposite of what he means. If he says hello, that means goodbye. If he says goodbye, that means hello. The problem is that writers do not know how to be consistent with Bizarro's syntax, and it is so frustrating. I was reading a comic the other day. It was a 2003 story by Jeff Johns where they go onto Bizarro World, and the Bizarros kidnap Pa Kent, and it is so clear. Like, Jeff Johns, I know, that's a whole loaded topic, but generally a good writer in my experience, if a little bit ham-fisted. The man did not know how to write for Bizarro at all. Like, it was impossible to tell what any of the Bizarros were saying, and it was so mind-numbingly confusing. That's my rant about Bizarro. Bizarro is good, but Bizarro is bad.
Yeah, I'll give him a pass on that one. That's interesting.
Okay.
I never noticed that, to be honest.
It's literally. I think Jeff Johns has written exactly one Bizarro story in his life, and I think it's the one I read. It's not even like I can't even remember what the name of the story is. But yeah, that's the thing. I will say a good Bizarro story I'm very fond of is Emperor Joker, which is where Joker obtains the powers of Mxyzptlk and uses them to warp reality and take over everything. And Superman is like the world's most horrible criminal. And Batman.
Regular Superman?
Yeah, regular Superman he's locked in Arkham Asylum, and every night he has to escape Arkham Asylum. And Batman is like hidden away in Gotham, and every night a bunch of crows come and like eat his intestines, like it's a whole Prometheus thing. It's
dark,
crazy, but I really dig it. It's a very 90s comic, but it's a very fun comic.
I'm just real quick sidebar. I'm doing some point tonight, I think on our little bit when we're done with this, I'm doing a cosplay announcement for 2023. I pulled up some answers from people of what to do over the course of the next year, and one of them is Emperor Joker. So I'm kind of fingers crossed that I get that one because I like the dolphin t-shirt. I love Emperor Joker. That's a great story.
It really is. And I'm particularly a huge fan of the Linda Danvers Supergirl, who appears in that story. It's I got a lot of thoughts about like mid-90s Superman.
The way you describe it, I could almost see it coming to life in a Tim Burton style animation.
Yes. Honestly,
Yeah.
doing like a weird like Nightmare Before Christmas Coraline style vibe for Emperor Joker. I think that's a print money idea, and I think you need to run that over to James Gunn right away.
Warner Brothers, are you listening? We know
Of course,
you
they
are.
watch all of our stuff, right?
God, I hope not, because I'm not 100% sure that we could get away with what we're doing later without getting sued.
I was about to
But
say,
anyway,
they're listening.
how's
They want to get that
how's
copyright suit.
It's not monetized. There is no copyright claim.
I don't know if. Anyway, how's that for a teaser? We might get sued later. It's gonna be.
We might get sued later.
Anyway,
Knights versus
I
DC.
believe a point.
End of the
I
DCU.
believe that is a point to Josh. And we will move on
Nice.
to our next question. This is about Pirates of the Caribbean.
Ooh.
This is a oh, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, we
Captain
were-
Jack Sparrow!
Before the crew of the Black Pearl was able to find the cursed Aztec treasure, a mutiny occurred, and Jack Sparrow was marooned on a deserted island. Left only with the clothes on his back, a pistol with a single bullet, and a compass that only points south, Jack still managed to find his way off the island and reclaim the Black Pearl.
Actually, the compass pointed north.
That is not correct.
Actually, the compass pointed toward the holder's desire. What they
That
wanted
is
most.
correct. That is
Damn,
100%.
I knew it didn't.
Right in my
point.
face. How did I not?
Yeah, I almost got it.
It's been a while.
I
since I've watched those movies,
I
though.
knew when I was reading it off, I was like, I've got to sell. Like, I've got to say the compass only points south, like as confidently as possible.
Yeah.
Because that's so obviously wrong.
Yep.
But yes, that is exactly right. Jack's compass does not point south. In the original movie, it's implied that it only points to the isle where the Aztec gold is contained. But then in later movies, they explicitly say that it goes to what the holder of the compass wants most.
Yep.
Congratulations, guys! That is
That
the
was
end of
actually
our
one of my favorite scenes. Was the one where he's trying to get was it Emily? Emily was the and she's holding it, and he's just trying. He's like, he gets away, and then he kind of like sneaks
Elizabeth,
back.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Elizabeth. That's it.
Elizabeth One.
That was that was my favorite scene.
All right.
Or do we have a shiny question now?
We are at a shiny question. Yep. And so for the shiny questions, guys, for those who don't know the actually rules, shiny questions are exactly the same as regular questions. They are worth the same. They're just a little bit rarer. And unlike the other questions in this deck, our players have not had any input in what the subject of the shiny questions will be.
Yay.
So this is a little more of a surprise for them. So the way this is going to work, guys, is if you have your writing materials, go ahead and get those ready. And this is going to be a game called Name 'em. Basically, the way this is going to work is I am going to name a series of individuals, and you will tell me about the name of their dogs. So we will be naming a series of 4 fictional individuals, and you tell me what their dogs' names are.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. First, Elroy Jetson. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. Baron Beard, I'm giving you guys 10 seconds to come up with it. It is Elroy Jetson.
Go ahead.
I'm drawing a blank.
Same.
Okay. Next, Superman.
Oh,
Again, I am looking for the name of this character's dog. Give me a thumbs up when you're good. All right. Next up, Doc Brown from Back to the Future. How you doing, Each?
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to put a thumbs up.
All good, all good. And last but not least, Carl Fredricksen from Disney Pixar's Up.
Ed Asner.
All right. And Josh, if you would, I'm seeing something in the chat. Clarification. Doc Brown had 2 different dogs with different names. Hold, please. I am checking on that really quickly.
I would assume it's the one from the bit, right? Oh,
I would
no.
assume it is the one. It has been years since I've seen Back to the Future, unfortunately. But I would assume that it is the one from. Let me check something real quick. Ooh. Assume that it is the dog from the present timeline.
Okay, cool.
If that helps.
Thank you.
Okay, and is everyone good on Carl Fredricksen? Anyone need me to repeat any of them?
Nope.
No, we're good.
All right. So, what is the name of the dog owned by Elroy Jetson?
Are we all saying it?
Anyone who knows it, go ahead and say it.
Astro.
Astro?
That is exactly right.
I just
I
put
wrote-
down good boy.
I wrote down rough.
I wrote down
Okay,
good
so
boy.
that is EJ, you got that. Jay, you got that. Josh, did you get that?
No.
Dieter, point of clarification. I kind of didn't get it because I said asteroid. Apparently, it's astro. So
You said asteroid. In that case, I believe that means Jay is the only person who got that.
Yeah.
EJ,
Just-
thank you for being honest.
I just want to be honest. I thought it was
I really
asteroid.
appreciate that.
You'll be taking no line into 2023. That's good on you.
I'm coming in
Yeah,
clean.
bringing good energy. And Beard, I believe you said you did not get that as well. So.
I just wrote down good boy.
Good
I'm
boy.
sure at some point he said, "You're a good boy."
You are technically correct because all dogs are good dogs.
All dogs are good boys.
All right, what is the name of
He's
Superman
such a boy.
dog? Say it.
Crypto.
Crypto.
The super
Crypto.
dog.
Crypto.
All right.
The super
Be real with me.
dog.
Did anyone not get that?
No. Don't
Okay,
believe
didn't think so.
Super Best kind of did that
True, I
for
kinda
me, you
figured
know.
it. All right, what is Doc Brown's dog's name?
Einstein.
Was it Einstein?
Was it Einstein?
Yep.
Yay! I was pretty sure I didn't get that right.
All right, so Jay, you got it. Beard, you got it. Bear, did you get it?
I did.
Nice.
I couldn't remember if it was
Alright.
Albert or Einstein, so I went with Einstein.
And Josh, did you get it?
No.
And EJ, did you get it?
It's a no for me, dog.
Okay, that's a
Copernicus.
no for you, dog. And last
Matt-
but not least, what is the name of the dog owned by Carl Fredricksen from Up?
It's Doug.
That was Doug.
Doug.
I don't
Not
know.
that Doug.
I thought it was
All
Buddy.
right. Perfect. Okay. So
He was
Ethan
a
and
good
Josh,
buddy.
you did not know that. Jay, you did have that, I think. Is that right?
I had it.
Okay. Bear, you had it.
I had it.
And Beard, you had it?
Yep.
Perfect. All right. So at the end of the shiny questions, we have one distinct winner, Jay, with a clean slate of 4 points, sweeping that shiny question.
Nice.
Nice.
Way to go.
Good
And
job.
we are now moving on to round 2.
Round
the
two.
scores at this point, we have Beard trailing with no points, unfortunately. EJ with 1, Josh with
Damn.
1, Jay with 1, and Bear with an early lead at 3.
Nice. Killing it.
And yes, Matt in the chat did say, and this was what I had to check on, Copernicus was the dog from the past. Also, the Back to the Future wiki suggests that Doc may have also at some point owned a dog named Galileo that he used an anti-gravity field.
Galileo,
So,
Galileo.
just a little fun fact from me to you. All right, so before we go to this next question, I want to tell everyone that of the different categories that were chosen, only one person in this panel chose.
It was
anime.
Josh. It was Josh.
And Josh has often mentioned that of all of us, he is the person who most loves anime. And so I randomly selected an anime card. And Josh, I'm so sorry. Our question is going to be about Yuri on Ice.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Okay, Josh is unfazed. He's ready for this.
Carry on. We'll see what I can do.
Have you ever seen an episode of Yuri on Ice, Josh? Be honest with me.
No.
I didn't think so. All right. So, this is a 2016 anime, for those who don't know. And in Yuri on Ice, Yuri first meets his idol, Russian skating champion Viktor Nikiforov, I hope I pronounced that correctly, when Viktor flies to Japan to offer his services as coach. Viktor had seen an online video of Yuri dancing to Stay Close to Me and was impressed. Has anyone here seen?
No, nobody's seen this. This is definitely going to be stabs in the dark for everyone. I'm hoping that.
Well, I heard EJ throw the first stab. EJ, what you got?
I forgot what you said now because we chatted, but he wasn't impressed.
Oh, he definitely was impressed. I've never seen the show. My family have, and they have assured me that Yuri and Viktor are very impressed with each other.
Nice. Can you read it one more time? I'm gonna try and use my general knowledge of anime and how anime goes and see if I can take a stab. Go ahead.
I'm gonna pick a random part of it.
Yuri first meets his idol, Russian skating champion Viktor Nikiforov, when Viktor flies to Japan to offer his services as coach. Viktor had seen an online video of Yuri dancing to Stay Close to Me and was impressed.
Actually, it wasn't Stay Close to Me. It was a different.
That is not correct, I'm afraid.
Actually, that's not the first time they met.
Okay. So here's what's going to happen. Because I don't believe for a second that Beard knew that. He's right.
In the dark.
But if anyone wants to try and guess when Viktor and Yuri did actually first meet, I will give them the point.
A previous skating competition.
In church.
I don't think that is accurate. No.
They were childhood friends.
Nope.
School.
No. Josh or Jay, you want to try and steal?
I don't know.
Okay. There was no way you were going to get it. They first met at the Sochi Grand Prix final banquet. Yuri invited Viktor to dance and then later begged him to be his coach. But he was so drunk he didn't remember.
Classic.
So that point's going to Beard.
I'm so glad you got that too, because I was gonna take a stab and be like, he didn't fly there, he drove.
We're still up. We're staying up to the new year, Atlas. We're bringing in the new year. That's what this stream's all about. We got a couple hours left. We got almost a full Snyder cut left.
Right.
This whole stream is actually the Snyder cut, so it's actually the Knight's cut.
It's the butt cut.
Oh my god.
The butt cut.
So anyway, on to our yes.
Wait, so I just want to share this little because you said that. I was this year's old. Whatever. It wasn't today. But I was this year's old when I found out there are two different cuts of ham that you get for your holiday ham. There's either the shank or the butt. And depending on which one will depend on how much fat you have on the ham. I did not know
I mean,
that
I
until
knew
this
those were
year.
2 cuts of pork, but I didn't associate that with like holiday ham. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like your holiday ham is normally most of the time it's the shank.
Yeah, I
Like
was
when
gonna
you
say
see
most.
recipes, they call for a shank cut, but there's also the butt cut. So
Yeah, pork butt is more
Right,
something that you
right.
want to use in like barbecue, I think.
Yeah.
But anyways,
Yeah.
enough
But
about
we
meat,
were-
which is relevant to Yuri on Ice as well. You guys, Yuri on Ice, it's so gay. It's the gayest. It's amazing. And actually, I will say one thing about Yuri on Ice, although I have not watched it in its entirety, genuinely a work of amazing craftsmanship. It is about figure skaters. It is a gay romance about figure skaters. And the animation for the figure skating is all rotoscoped. And it is breathtaking. It genuinely is. Like, even if you don't watch anything else, like, watch, like, the opening sequence or something to see the rotoscoped animation. It's gorgeous.
the closest I got to that watching that anime was watching what was it, Blaze of Glory with Will Ferrell. That's the closest I'm gonna get to watching that anime unless I watch the anime.
I
So-
will tell you, if you ever played the original version of Persona 5, the intro movie for that is also done by the same animation studio,
Okay.
using the same techniques. But anyways, speaking of games, let's talk about the classic 2007 video game that my wife got for Christmas, Portal.
Ah!
Excitement.
Portal 2?
Nope, just Portal. In Portal, Chell is awakened from stasis by an AI called GLaDOS that forces her to solve a series of puzzles designed to test Aperture Science's portal gun. After 2 tutorial chambers, she is issued her own gun that can create blue and orange portals. These portals are linked together so that entering one causes her to emerge from the other.
Actually, it was 3 tutorial chambers.
I'm afraid that is not correct.
No, come on, it had to be correct.
Has anyone else played Portal?
I've only played Portal 2.
Wesley used to play.
All right, so firstly, y'all are missing out on Portal.
It's a great game.
Harry, I'm gonna give you one other try to save yourself, or if anyone else wants to take a stab,
Can you repeat it once?
I would be happy to. In Portal, Chell is awakened from stasis by an AI called GLaDOS that forces her to solve a series of puzzles designed to test Aperture Science's portal gun. After 2 tutorial chambers, she is issued her own gun that can create blue and orange portals. These portals are linked together so that entering one causes her to emerge from the other.
Actually, GLaDOS didn't wake her up. She woke up on her own and GLaDOS spoke to her.
No, it is my understanding that GLaDOS did wake her up.
Was it GLaDOS that woke her up? I thought it was like a intercom thing.
It was GLaDOS over the intercom.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to take a stab?
Everything else sounds
All
cool
right,
from what I
I'm gonna
know
call
about
it.
Portal.
I feel I'm gonna feel stupid.
Yeah, Bear, you were gonna be smacking yourself.
Yeah.
I said she has issued her own gun that can create blue and orange portals. The first gun that you get in the game only fires
gives you the
blue
blue portal.
You don't get the orange portal until several tutorial chambers later. It is after the 12th test chamber that you get it.
Frack me.
So that is.
They did the
no
same
point.
thing in Portal 2. So if I would have thought and correlated, that could.
There
Because
you
you
go.
don't get both guns in Portal 2 right away either.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
Well, I
they
would
did
never
do it.
known that about the
spinning.
first
It's
one.
spinning and just shoots the one. Yeah.
All right. So, no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
May
Our next,
GLaDOS have
Love that
mercy on your
quote.
soul.
our next
GLaDOS
state-
doesn't have any mercy.
GLaDOS has no mercy and no cake. Never forget.
The cake is a lie.
The cake is a lie. Our next question regards the 1999 film Iron Giant.
Oh wow, let's go.
I saw some excitement.
Let's
All
go.
right. So in the Iron Giant, Hogarth befriends, a giant metal-eating robot from space that has seemingly forgotten its purpose after taking a bump on the head. Although the robot is heavily armed, Hogarth shows its Superman comics and encourages it to be a hero rather than a weapon. Ultimately, it destroys itself by flying into a nuclear missile that the military launched at it, rather than allowing the missile to hit the city.
And that's that?
Repeat that again?
Yeah, repeat it.
Oh,
I didn't hear the error. Oh,
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I hear an actually. What do you got, Jay?
it has been forever, and I think I may have only seen it twice. But I'm going off of the context and the purpose bit. Actually, it's not from Earth. It was invented. I mean, it's from Earth. It's not from space. It was invented.
That is not what we are looking for. No.
Okay. Okay. I just want to take a stab to get that out of my head. Cool.
Lindsay, I'm going to say, actually, he is not armed. That is also not what we are looking for. But way to play for
He
the
is
audience.
definitely armed.
He is, because he has a ray gun in
Yeah,
his chest.
I remember the armed.
Yeah.
And yes, Princess Hill hitting us up saying the
It
robot
was Vin Diesel. You're absolutely right, Princess Hill.
I mean, it sounds like it. Like that's not that far of a jump from Iron Giant to I Am Groot.
Yeah.
They sound very similar for sure. So I assume you must be right.
No, Vin
it's
Diesel
not.
does
Let me tell you.
Before you read it again, I'm going to
If
take a
it's not on
stab
the
at it.
card, I don't know. Okay, what do you got?
Actually, Hogarth doesn't show him the Superman comics. He finds them, and then Hogarth shows it to them. But he finds them on his own.
That is not what we're looking for.
Okay. Carry on.
All right. So, in the Iron Giant, Hogarth befriends a giant metal-eating robot from space that has seemingly forgotten its purpose after taking a bump on the head. Although the robot is heavily armed, Hogarth shows its Superman comics and encourages it to be a hero rather than a weapon. Ultimately, it destroys itself by flying into a nuclear missile that the military launched.
Actually,
Yes.
he didn't actually destroy himself. The pieces were scattered, and he reassembles himself at the end of the film.
There you go. That's exactly.
That's what it
That's
is.
a play on words.
That's so stupid. Come on.
Yeah.
That's so dumb.
one that
This
we've
game
all
is
known
called
and loved.
Actually.
He
What
does
did you think
destroy
was gonna
himself,
happen?
though. That's the
That's
whole
technicality.
point, is that he destroys himself.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
it's
he's-
not confirmed that he gets
But just like
fully
most
put back
superheroes,
together.
I mean, his parts are
They
coming
never
back
even
together in the
showed that.
clouds
That's so
at the
dumb.
end. That's about it.
I
But
quit.
You see his
I
parts,
quit.
like,
I'm
walking
leaving. I've
around.
had enough of this. See you guys.
It never comes back together. So, yeah.
Oh, he was
Because
reconstructed
he's
like
running the
he-
stream yard.
he was reconstructing himself like the Iron
Yeah.
Man suit, Iron Man 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just really mad because that's the only question for the rest of the night that I have a shot at answering. So
So, Josh,
Well-
I will tell you for a fact that is not true.
we'll see. We'll see, but I am not confident at all.
I have
I heard
one
Iron
question.
Giant, and I was like,
I
I've literally
know.
seen Iron Giant like probably 60 times because I had younger siblings who were obsessed with it. I can quote scenes from the movie. I'm like, I got this. And then it's some
following.
What I
BS
love-
like that.
What I love
It's
most
fine.
about that
It's
answer is that technically the only thing you need to make it correct is the word temporarily.
Yep.
Like
Yeah,
he
true.
temporarily destroys himself.
Yeah, he does. Because like, there's no sequel or anything. I think the
This
funniest thing
is
about
some
that movie is the
bullshit
opening
pedantry,
scene.
and I need you guys I need you to understand that in your souls. Like, not all these questions are going to be super easy. Some of them are going to be.
And they're not going
They
to
are
be fair.
hard.
Yes,
Actually never fair because
Beer
you're
Grip's
not
not fair, okay?
I didn't come here to be fair. I came here to host a game of Actually.
Fair point. Fair point.
And with that, we move on to our next question about Team Fortress 2.
Also available in the orange box.
Yes, that is true. It was released in the orange box along with, what was it, Half-Life 2 Episode 2? and
Half-Life,
Portal, right?
Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, both episodes, and Portal.
God, that was so long ago.
Yep.
That was over 10 years ago. Anyway, in Team Fortress 2, the Scout is known for his baseball bat, scattergun, and high mobility. He is the only mercenary who can double jump, allowing him to leap higher and further with his stock weapons than any other character.
Actually, he's not the only one. Who can
Hang on, I need to consider for a second. Repeat your correction for me one more time.
He's not the only one that was. I don't really know it, so I'm taking a stab in the dark. Can you repeat that part of it again, please?
Yes, so the Scout is known for his baseball bat, scattergun, and high mobility. He is the only mercenary who can double jump, allowing him to leap higher and further.
Yeah, he's
with
not
his
the only one
top
that can
weapons
double
than
jump.
any other character.
He's not the only one that can double jump.
I like this game.
Well, yeah, you're winning with 4 points, you jerk. Of course you like this game.
I'm going to make a ruling that I am going to give EJ this because the card is worded in a very strange way. So the actual correction is that the Scout is not the highest jumper with stock weapons. Demo Man's sticky bomb jumps are the highest, but the soldier can rocket jump higher as well. EJ said he is not the only one who can double jump, but the way this is phrased, and I don't play TF2 anymore, so I don't remember, the way this is phrased suggests that double jumps and stock weapon jumps are the same thing. So I am going to give this to EJ. I do think
With an asterisk, so we all know.
Good call, Rep. Good call, Rep.
Half point.
Good call, Rep.
I think that is reasonable.
Good call, Rev. Good call.
Our next question.
No yellow cards on this play.
I do have it. I have a yellow card right here. Look, it's got a yellow card.
Nice.
Our next question
Josh.
regards Dr. Doom.
Oh no.
Back in the game yet? Maybe? You think?
Maybe we'll see. We'll see. I may or may not have done a video exclusively on Dr. Doom like 2 days
You
before
can check it out on our
CBR did.
channel after you watch the stream.
I didn't know you even knew who Dr. Doom was.
Who's Dr. Doom? Is this from Doom Patrol?
Yes.
It's the whole reason it's called that, right?
Isn't he a DC villain?
Bunch of clowns. So, Dr. Doom. Despite being a villain, Dr. Doom has done some good in his life. He used his powers to liberate the small European country of Latveria, went to hell to save his mother's soul, and even took over for Iron Man for a little while.
Took over for Iron Man for what?
To be Iron Man.
Actually, that was the end, right? You finished.
That was the end. Yep. Full
Okay,
stop.
so actually, it's the second one. He did not go to hell to save his mother's soul. He actually, I believe, I want to say, I'm trying to remember exactly. I know that that's not correct, but I believe is that he actually sent his lover to hell intentionally to gain power.
Well, no, he did that with that suit. I remember that.
I covered that in my video. The second one is the incorrect one. I feel very confident on that.
I'm going to tell you that you are unfortunately wrong. That is
I
not.
thought he went to hell for his mom. I
Well.
just don't know what it is.
So it
Told
has
you,
nothing-
I'm out of this
nothing
game.
Nothing to do with that sentence.
Can you repeat it?
I would be happy to. Josh is going to be so mad at me. Despite being a villain, Dr. Doom has done some good in his life. He used his powers to liberate the small European country of Latveria, went to hell to save his mother's soul, and even took over for Iron Man for a while.
So actually,
That's all true except the second one. That's all factual.
So
I'm
he
gonna flip
didn't-
this desk. This
All
desk
right,
is getting
fine.
Wait, he
flipped.
didn't go to hell at all.
No, he did go to hell. He's been to hell a couple times, actually.
Mm.
Oh, okay, makes sense. It means he didn't do any good things.
Actually, did he not take over for Iron Man?
No, he did.
He did.
I think-
Actually, he
that was
didn't
a factual
liberate
statement.
Latveria.
All right, I
That
have
is exactly correct. Jay has gotten it.
yeah.
He ruled it.
Latveria is dominated by Dr. Doom. That man ain't
It's a
liberating shit.
dictator.
I was
He's-
actually
in my face.
I was
He's-
actually gonna say that, but Matt said it in the chat before I could say it. But in all fairness,
Did Matt get
Jay cannot see the chat, so Jay should still get that point.
I will.
Yeah, my phone is all the
I'm-
way over there.
I will split the points because let's be honest here, the points you're
Look
not
at
getting
Josh.
audience, you're on the board. Because Matt is in the chat being like, I said that, you idiot.
Yep.
And I'm over here like double checking Josh on this whole Doom's mom thing because Josh does know a lot about Dr. Doom. And so I'm checking.
He probably
so
knows the most.
According to the Marvel database regarding Cynthia Von Doom, the desperate struggle continued until Doom won a favor from Doctor Strange and asked him to help him retrieve his mother's soul. Fighting their way through Mephisto's demon hordes, Victor found her and made a deal with Mephisto to give him Strange in return for his mother's freedom and Victor's soul. Doom captured Doctor Strange and presented him to Mephisto. Upon learning the price Victor had paid for her soul, she rejected him, denouncing him as a traitor, and her soul was once again trapped by Mephisto. Unbeknownst to the demon, however, Victor had provided Strange with a device to free himself from his bonds. In the ensuing battle, Mephisto accidentally freed Cynthia's soul, and having earned her redemption by rejecting her son's attempted rescue, she was free to go to a better afterlife.
Okay, so let me just present my argument. Points have already
hell.
been given. Points have already been given. Let me just present my argument. So in the original appearance of Doctor Doom, his original first origin story, he leaves Latveria and he is in the mountains and he's found by these monks and they put a mask on him and he wants them to put the mask on him scorching hot and everything because he's messed up in the head, right? And then he goes back and overthrows the people in authority there and then becomes Latveria's ruler. So in my mind, that is liberating. And in his mind, it's 1,000% liberating from his perspective because he rules them, sure, as a dictator, but they don't hate him. He's a good ruler. He's good to Latveria. He might not be a good guy all the time, but he very much cares for and about Latveria.
The man has a secret robot police force.
So,
but so does Tony Stark.
He
It's
did
just not
liberate
said.
them.
That's true.
He did
That's
liberate
true.
them from the
Tony's
current regime that they were under. He got rid of the rulers that were in place and inserted himself. You can argue all day long whether he was a good ruler or a bad ruler, but he liberated them. That question's wrong. I'm emailing them.
No.
I'm emailing them right now.
They traded one form of tyranny for another. That's like saying, oh, well, Mussolini, bad guy, but the trains ran on time. Godwin's law has
It's
come
not
into
the same, though. It's not the same.
Good call, Ref. Good call.
Okay. All right.
I'm reaching out right now. I'm emailing. They do a thing. I watched on their episode where you're allowed to correct them, and I'm going to email them right now and correct them. They're wrong.
They actually,
hold on.
So here's the thing. Before you do that, they actually have a wiki for corrections for the home game. I'll send it to you.
Perfect.
I have input. I got Google to define liberate. It is defined as set someone. It's in parentheses, free from a situation, especially imprisonment or slavery, in which their liberty is severely restricted. It's also defined as free a country, city, or people from an enemy occupation, or release someone from a state or situation that limits freedom or thought or behavior.
As much as I hate,
suppose.
All right.
Yeah, as much as I hate,
if you free
I'm
someone from
making
a prison, only to put them in another prison, you did still free them from that prison.
I'm with Josh.
Technically,
I'm with Josh
too.
I'm with Josh. He liberated.
I am going to make a rule because Bear got so pedantic as to look up the fucking Oxford English Dictionary definition of liberation, which is frankly exactly the kind of spirit that this game was created.
Exactly.
I'm giving Josh a point.
Let's go.
There we go.
You should give Josh and Jay both a point. Yes.
Just-
And
I'm
audience.
not
All
taking
3
a point
points.
away from Jay, but I am giving Josh a point.
what is this participation trophy? Come on.
coming
He
from
had to
Captain
argue his
Asterisk
point,
over there.
and
Captain,
honestly,
I had no
it's
idea. I
something
took
I
a
could see
stab
him
in the
doing
dark. At least I
in
had an
Action.
opinion when I thought.
They will do that.
Not just shooting in the dark and being like, "Ooh, yeah, I got a point."
He liberated
You're
them.
salty.
He took them from one prison and put them in a nicer prison. It's okay.
They like
It's
their
not-
second prison.
I guess Saddam Hussein liberated his people. Whatever.
I don't know why you bringing up Saddam Hussein feels worse than me bringing up Mussolini.
I know Mussolini is like.
I don't know why that like made me raise my eyebrows, but I was probably not doing the Mussolini jab. We gotta move on to the next question because this question's gonna get us canceled. Also, Matt did bring up, and I apologize, I am not overly familiar with Mexican history. That's my bad. But Matt did bring up in the chat that Pancho Villa claimed he was Mexico's liberator, but the people didn't want to be liberated.
Yeah.
I assume that's true, but I'm a dumbass white dude, and I don't know enough about global history.
Own it.
So
I'm with you on that boat.
that's my fault.
So great,
Matt. I know you're in our group chat. Send me some stuff about Pancho Villa so that I can educate myself. And we're gonna move on. So it is now time for our next shiny question.
Shiny!
This shiny question.
It's shiny!
For those who have children.
Minefield. So basically, the way this game works is I am going to read off a list of names, specifically in this case, names of characters from sci-fi franchises. Except some of them aren't the names of characters from sci-fi franchises. So we are going to have 5 names total. For each one, I want you to go ahead and tell me if it is a real sci-fi character or if it is not a character from a sci-fi franchise. Make sense?
A question: do we need to write out these names, or can we do like a?
You can just go ahead and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then real, not real, real, not real. All right, everyone ready?
Yes.
All right, our first name is Phlox Paniculata. Again, that is Phlox Paniculata. Give me thumbs up when ready. All right, our next character, or not character, is Eccentrica Galumbitz.
I think I went to high school with her.
Took it to the prom.
Throw those thumbs up.
Oh yeah.
All right, our next character is the Balchinian, or not character. Oh, good, Jay?
Yep.
Great. Our next character, or not, is Darzalex.
Shots in the dark.
Shot in the
That's all we
dark!
feel.
And
And
we're
you're
too
too
late!
great. You give love a bad name.
And our last character, or not, is Kit Fisto.
Whew.
All right.
Josh, I know I told you to like cut the music during this game pre-stream, but like I'm glad you didn't. It really like it gives a good like vibe as you guys are writing things down. I really like it. Don't change a thing.
Yep. Every now and then he knows what he's doing. You know what I mean, Dieter?
Lindsay, Lindsay, you're wrong. You're wrong on a lot of these. And yes, that was kind of a softball on the last one. I'm aware. I didn't write the questions. First up, Phlox Paniculata. Anyone?
I said
Wait,
false.
We wrote all of them down, so can't we just like show them and go through them, or because it's kind of hard to like show one at a time?
Yeah, that's fair. That works for me. So show me. All right. So Phlox Paniculata. Josh, you said real. EJ, I can't read yours.
No, not real.
Not real.
I put
Okay.
true and false for mine, so like
Yeah, I
half
put
and
yes
T.
and no.
Okay. Bear, you said real. Beard, you said not real. And Jay, you said
Not.
not real. Okay. So EJ, Jay, and Beard, you were correct. Flux paniculata is not the name of a character from the sci-fi franchise.
Sounds like
It
a
is in
nice
fact
drink.
the scientific name for the garden flux flower.
Everybody else drink. Oh wait, is this
Everybody
is
else
a
drink.
drink?
Yeah.
Now, fun fact: the Phlox, that name, is the character from a sci-fi franchise. Star Trek Enterprise featured Dr. Phlox, so that was a little tricky there for you. All right, show me your answers for Eccentrica Golumbits.
Real.
Josh, you
Yes.
said not real.
I said yeah.
EJ, you said real.
It sounded so ridiculous to me. I thought they were intentionally trying to get us to second guess
Jay,
ourselves.
you
Same.
said
But I might have triple guessed
real.
myself.
There, you said real. No, you said
not
not real. And Beard, you said real. Okay. So Eccentrica Golumbits is real.
Yeah.
Does anyone know what Eccentrica Golumbits is from?
Hell no.
I don't know what any of these are from, if any of them are real. Never
Yeah, we
heard
had
any
a
of these
50-50
names
shot on each one. We took it.
Exactly.
So, Eccentrica Golumbits is a creation of the late great author Douglas Adams that featured in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series. Specifically, Eccentrica Golumbits is a triple-breasted whore from Eroticon 6.
Nice.
Hello.
That, honestly, Bear clutched his pearls so hard he left the stream. That's what just happened, if anyone's curious. It has been suggested that the Big Bang was just one of her orgasms.
Wow. That's awesome.
I didn't write it.
Orgasms,
Douglas
listen,
Adams wrote it.
orgasms bring life. Apparently hers brought a lot of life, so, you know, good for her.
Mommy, sorry, what? Literally!
Next question.
I flabbergasted him.
Okay.
That's
Peter,
Hitchhiker's Guide for you.
knowing you, Peter, you shouldn't blush at any of this, so don't even start.
Anyways, next up we have the Balchinian. And I have Josh said that was real.
Real.
TJ, what you got?
Real.
TJ says real. Bear says real. Jay says real. And Beard says real. And I believe everyone got that one correct. Does anyone know what the Balchinian is from?
Men in Black
it just
2.
sounded familiar.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Black
One of the
Dude.
characters
Which-
that Kay fights as soon as he gets
Okay.
his memory back.
I have to say this because for those of you watching the stream, you probably saw my discomfort. That wasn't his name, that was his race. He was a Balchinian. Jay says he's a Balchinian.
He's a Balchinian.
And he then hits him in the nuts that are on his
That
chin.
that is true.
So
However,
you
that
just
did
admit
not
that to
dissuade
us,
anyone
actually.
from getting the right answer.
Well-
so I will.
While we're contacting the wiki, Josh, if you will tag that on there for me, I'd appreciate it.
I will, no
the
problem.
people who created this game, they love stuff like that. They love corrections
The
on
people who
the thing
created this
itself.
game are going to get this miles-long list correction from Josh. They're
What's up,
gonna
Kalina? Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you.
sue us into oblivion.
Thanks for watching.
I'm
Hi, thanks for
currently
joining
in
us.
rehearsal for a show where I play a role very much like that. He's a fact checker and he's super anal. And so
What show
that's
is
what
this?
it's Lifespan of a Fact.
I'm not familiar.
It was just on Broadway with Dan Radcliffe, Bobby Cannavale, and Sherry Jones.
Interesting. You see me after class and tell me more about that. Because I like being exposed to new facts and new art. All right, next up, Darzalek. Show me your answers, kids. All right, so I have Josh with
Not
not
real.
real. I have Jay with not real. I have Air with real. I have Beard with real. And Eej, I can't even begin to read your writing, but
Not real.
not real. Okay. So, those of you who said it is not real, you are 100% correct. Does anyone know what it is?
Everybody else drink.
No?
I'm
Okay.
gonna make this a
So
drinking game.
Darzalex is apparently an anti-cancer medication.
Great.
And last but not least, the softball, as Matt said, Kit Fisto.
Real.
I'm gonna
I said
guess
false.
that. Yeah, I said false as well.
Beard, what you or
I said
yeah,
false.
false. Okay.
Every one of these.
Josh said
except
real.
this one. I shot in the
And
dark.
EJ said real.
I got a lot
Okay,
right.
so that is perfect rounds for EJ and Jay.
Let's
yeah,
go, Jay.
Very real,
E
guys.
and J. Let's go.
Dude,
If I
every
just
one of
switch
them
those
except
last
Kit
two.
Fisto was shot in the dark.
I got one
Let's
right.
go.
So does anyone, who knows where Kit Fisto is from?
Star Wars.
There you go. Yep, that green tentacle-looking dude who is grinning in the arena and then fights Emperor Palpatine in Episode 3 alongside Mace Windu. That's Kit Fisto.
Also
Yeah,
has
he's
some
supposed to be
really,
a
really
spy,
good
right?
character development in the animated series.
Yeah, Clone Wars.
That's
Yeah.
why I don't know who he is, because
Yeah, he's like the first one that got stabbed by Palpatine, right?
Right, that's why you gotta watch.
No, he actually holds out the longest.
Oh,
that's
Outside of Mace Windu, obviously, but he.
Did you say Mace Windu or Mace Window?
What's that?
No, you didn't.
I missed it because I was busy pontificating and being.
I
laid back.
said, did you say Mace Windu or Mace Window?
Anyways, so
Mace
EJ
Windex.
and Jay
Mace
both had
Windex, right?
sweep,
Mace
So
Windex.
I am awarding them both points.
let's go.
So that leaves us now. Everyone's on the board. With EJ having 3, Josh having 2, Jay having 3, Bear having 4, and Beard having 1.
Nice.
We gotta take out the
What's
bear.
the audience score? What's the
Beard,
audience?
The audience
Beard, you and I
score
got to
is
pull
1.
our points, buddy.
One.
We're the low men on the totem pole. We got to work together.
And now our next question, I'm not even sorry about this, regards the 2008 cinematic masterpiece, Twilight.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
I know,
It's been a
yeah,
great
yeah,
night.
yeah,
I'll see you in
yeah.
2023.
If they hate it, I'm gonna know it.
This is one of my guilty pleasures.
Same.
Me too.
Perfect. The vampires of the Twilight series possess typical vampiric powers, such as superhuman strength and speed. What sets them apart from vampires of other series, aside from sparkling in daylight, is that each of them also has a unique special power. For example, Edward can read minds, and Alice can see the future.
Repeat it.
Actually,
Oh.
Edward cannot read minds. He can read feelings.
I'm going to, firstly, that is not what we are looking for. Secondly,
Okay.
my memory of the book is that he can.
Oh, he
in
could
fact,
read minds. No,
read
it was one. It was another one that could read feelings. I forget. No,
Alice can't.
Jasper can control feelings. I got confused.
Actually, Alice can't see the future.
Oh, she definitely can. She
That's right. That's
definitely
what I
can.
thought. I was making sure. Okay, because I don't.
I'll read it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Vampires of the Twilight series possess typical vampiric powers such as superhuman strength and speed. What sets them apart from vampires of other series, aside from sparkling in daylight, is that each of them has a unique special power. For example, Edward can read minds, and Alice can see the future.
Oh, actually, not every one of them has unique abilities.
That is correct.
Yes.
I want to note
Okay.
that Lindsay in the
I
chat
was
has
gonna say
been
the same thing.
screaming this at you guys. That is 100% right. Edward, Alice, and Jasper do all have individual kind of like mutant powers.
Carlisle and
Esme, Carlisle, Rosalie, and
Yeah.
Emmett don't.
don't.
Huh. For some reason, I remember that it's like a thing that every vampire had something
I'm with
unique
you.
about them.
See, I was gonna ask
I
that,
was
but it would have
wrong.
been a shot in the dark because I was like, well, in my head I thought maybe they all have it, but it's not all specified because there's obviously more minor characters.
Yeah.
So maybe not everybody's specific
I call
special
myself a
abilities and
Twilight
specified.
fan.
Yeah, I never watched Twilight ever, so
Oh,
It's-
you've never
actually
watched
did
it?
it.
Okay. I'm genuinely telling you, yes, there's some teen drama in it, but it's genuinely a good series. Please,
That's
please
okay.
give it a chance.
It's a great young
Good.
adult movie film series. It really is.
I still look back at it fondly.
If you
and I
can
still
get through
watch
Hunger Games, you can get through Twilight. Like,
Oh God.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hunger Games.
Hunger
changed
Games.
so
The
much
first
from
one was good. The 2 afterwards were kind of tough.
it. Team Jacob. Edward was a creep.
I'm Team Jasper.
I mean, Team Jacob, of course. Because-
Look, I'm not gonna lie. Alice is amazing. I have read the books. I read the books. My friend, one of my friends, close friends in high school, we're still friends today. Her name is Colette. Lent me a copy of the first book, and she had gone through being the like anti-girly goth chick that she was, had gone through the Twilight novels and corrected Stephanie Meyer's grammar and punctuation. Colette, I don't think you're watching this, but just in case you are, know that I love you and that is a memory that I treasure.
That's fun. Love
So, real quick, I want to take a quick break here to give away our next prize here for those who are watching.
Ooh, prizes.
So, the next giveaway, the disc plates. Let's go. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take a minute. I'll leave this up for now. I'm going to enter in the number of comments. Let me just scroll through really quick and make sure that we that I have everybody's name in the hat, so to speak. I believe I do. Okay, I'm going to put them into the randomizer now. And hit the button. And we have our winner. Our winner is none other than Matt.
Hey!
Matt, you have won the disc plates. Congratulations. Thank you for playing.
Woohoo! Who won the
Congratulations,
first
Matt.
one?
Congratulations.
I missed it.
Ironically enough, your mom did.
What was it?
It's not a your mom joke. It's not a your mom joke.
It's just genuinely true.
It's just the facts.
But what was
Just
it?
that.
Your
It was the
donation.
salt and pepper shaker.
What a gut feeling.
Like, it couldn't have worked out better.
Huh?
Team Esme. Love that.
Lovely. That's great. What a prize. It's going to stay right where it is.
That really does make it sound like, I don't know. That makes it sound like we're doing some shady bullshit. But we aren't.
Nothing shady.
we are
Ball
being
don't lie. Ball don't lie.
and reasonable. It's just we're a very small channel, and our families like to show up to support us. Which, by the way, thank you. If you're in the chat and you are a family and friend, thank you for
We love you.
with us.
I love
And if you are not someone that we know personally, if you are not our family and friend, thank you twice. Because
Yeah.
our
Also.
family, let me be clear, we can guilt our family and friends into being here.
Really, I can't.
Yes.
We can withhold love and gaslight them and do terrible things if they don't show up.
Neg.
But the rest of you came here voluntarily, and we appreciate that.
We appreciate you. You
Thank
guys
you.
are really.
I have to say, I really think Princess showed up so that she could correct my grammar, because that's how we met. She showed up at a trivia night and was just sitting behind me the whole time I was doing Game of Thrones trivia, going, actually, it's pronounced like this and this. She was, and that's why I call her Blackfish. She was Team Blackfish at Game of Thrones trivia night.
Well, hey, Princess, if I
Yeah.
say anything, if I pronounce
Love
anything
that.
wrong, come get me.
Yeah, Jay, that's Princess. She also showed up for our Christmas trivia. Used the same team name. So
Yes.
it's
Nice.
true. She says it's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
The truth. Tis what happened.
All right. Well, it's time for the final round, my friends.
Uh-oh.
Dun, 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 dun,
Do
dun, dun,
something
dun,
here
dun,
to
dun, dun.
not do
Our
so
next
badly.
question is about a movie I have actually never seen. So if there's anything about this card that's wrong, I'm not going to be able to say shit about it. Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
Ah,
Been a
yes,
while.
Great movie.
great
So
film.
in Terminator 2, again, a movie I have not seen. My bad. I'll get on it. Skynet, an artificially intelligent network developed by Cyberdyne Systems, betrayed humanity in an event known as Judgment Day. Once Skynet was granted control of the defense grid, it launched a massive nuclear attack on the United States, then started building Terminators and Hunter Killers to eliminate any remaining resistance.
Actually, it wasn't just against the United States; it was against the whole world.
I'm sorry, that's not correct.
Darn it.
Actually, it wasn't Cyberdyne. Wasn't there another company?
I will say, EJ, you are in the right area, but the correction is not correct.
Actually, they started building the Terminators before they launched Judgment Day.
That is not what I'm looking for. No.
My dad would be so disappointed in me right now.
My dad's already so disappointed in me right now.
Do you guys need me to repeat it at all?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Let's see if I can
So
get it.
in Terminator 2 Judgment Day, Skynet, an artificially intelligent network developed by Cyberdyne Systems, betrayed humanity in an event known as Judgment Day. Once Skynet was granted control of the defense grid, it launched a massive nuclear attack on the United States, then started building Terminators and Hunter Killers to eliminate any remaining resistance.
Actually, which
I
one
think
of
it was
us
the beard. I think it was the beard. Go ahead, beard.
I'll say I'll say beard. Go for it.
Well, now I lost track of what I was going to say during that fight. I literally had it right in my mind.
Oh, I guess it goes to bear.
And it's gonna have to go to bear.
Actually, they weren't. It wasn't granted control. It took control.
That is not what I'm looking for.
Can you repeat the line again? Because I had it when you said the line.
Once Skynet was granted control of the defense grid, it launched a massive nuclear attack on the United States, then started building Terminators and Hunter Killers to eliminate any remaining resistance.
Actually, it was an attack on humans. Not the United States. An attack on humans entirely.
I am going to give you the point unless anyone can steal. The correction is that Skynet did not launch a nuclear attack on the United States. In that you are correct.
Yeah.
But your assertion that it is against humanity, is not correct.
Oh.
It was against the resistance, right?
There wasn't a resistance yet.
No, John Connor was going to birth resistance.
So can anyone, if it wasn't humanity and it wasn't the resistance, who did it attack? Can anyone
Was it John Connor's like ancestors?
No. John Connor was literally heading to a bunker.
Yeah.
Was it a nuclear attack against Russia?
God, it's been a while since I've watched this movie.
Bear stole it.
It was Russia?
It was Russia.
Skynet started rekindled the fire of the Cold War. That's right.
Oh, that's how the chain reaction.
Skynet,
they made the one shot and everyone else lost their shit.
Yep.
Oh, and it counted on.
It took me a minute.
Deterrence to handle everything else.
They didn't have to. They didn't have to get all.
They just had to.
I'm gonna give the audience a point for Armin Ellis jumping in there with Russians as well. Yes,
that was a good question.
Honestly, good job, team. Good job, team.
And they ran a counter strike.
I feel like I know you're all working against each other, but you worked together to get that answer. And I want to.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
But unfortunately, only one of you can get a point, and that's Bear. Our next question is regarding the classic seminal 1999 film, Star Wars: The Phantom Menace.
Yay!
Oh!
Great movie, by the way.
In Star Wars: The Phantom Menace, Sebulba is not above using dirty tricks in the Bunta Eve pod race. Over the course of the race, he destroys at least 3 of his competitors.
Actually... Oh, can I keep going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the most Espa pod race.
I see where you're going with this, but I'm not going to give it to you. The race was hosted in Mos Espa. You are exactly right about that. But the name of the race itself was the Bunta Eve Class.
Okay.
All right. Cool. Starting from the top.
I love that Jay's like, wait, this is the nitpicky thing that it was. I love that.
I honestly I 100% see where you're going with that.
100%.
There's probably a whole faction out there of Star Wars fans that are like, it shouldn't have been called that. It should have been called the Mos Espa pod race. And Jay's just over here like, I think that's the one thing wrong. Yes, I love it.
Well, we still haven't finished the question, so there could be more things wrong.
Let's go.
So, Sebulba is not above using dirty tricks in the Bunta Eve prod race. Over the course of the race, he destroys at least 3 of his competitors' pods. He rams one into a cliff wall, forces a second onto a service ramp, and drops a piece of metal into the engine of the third.
Actually, he sabotages Anakin's as well by pulling something off of it.
That is true, but that does not destroy Anakin's pod. So it would not be correct.
So
Actually, doesn't one? No, that's not right. Never mind.
I don't know, say what you were going to say.
Doesn't
might be
one of
right.
them go into like a subway
No.
or something,
There's
or
a-
into a
there's a
dark?
key.
Into the cave.
Okay, so even on a well, no, I will address this. Nobody look in the chat. People are in there answering questions, so don't look in there. You guys want me to read it again? Anyone have any
Yeah.
thoughts?
I can't
Yes.
participate because
I'm pretty sure I know. I'm pretty sure I
And I
know
didn't
where
know
the
I will
big
tell
correction
you,
is.
there
but I
have
don't
not been
know.
any correct answers in the comments. I will tell
Yeah,
you
yeah.
that.
Okay.
I was gonna call this out. Lindsay in the chat said, actually he threw the piece of metal, not dropped the piece of metal, and I was gonna call her out because
Kind of like
that's.
throw.
I know
drops
this
it.
is a pedant. This is a game of pedantry. That's a level of pedantry beyond even what we're going for. I think technically what he does is he holds the piece of metal
And like,
up,
let's go.
and he does like
Yeah.
a little wrist
Like
flick.
flick.
And
Just
I
a
don't know
flick.
if you want to call that a throw or a drop. So I'm
I
not.
mean,
even
that
gonna
looks
get into
like
that.
I've not seen that much scrutiny on an arm motion since
The tuck rule with
Big
Tom Brady.
fumble.
Okay,
I know,
move
I know,
on.
right?
Anyway, Sebulba is not above using dirty tricks in the Bunta Eve pod race. Over the course of the race, he destroys at least 3 of his competitors' pods. He rams one into a cliff wall, forces a second onto a service ramp, and drops a piece of metal into the
Actually, he
engine.
only destroyed 2.
Okay. Can you be more specific?
Yeah, he only destroyed 2 because he forced one of them into a service ramp. He didn't destroy them technically.
That's point for EJ.
Yes, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
The pod that got forced onto the service ramp was Anakin's.
Yep.
And was not destroyed. It barely made it to the end of the ramp,
Lindsay,
but it
let's
was not
go.
destroyed.
Let's
And that's
go,
point for the
Lindsay.
audience. All right. So we are closing in on the end, my children. We have
I was
4 more questions left.
starting to think that like with the some Mandela effect that the one that he dropped the metal into didn't actually destroy it, just broke down. Like I was
You never know with these Mandela effects anymore,
Right?
honestly, let's be honest.
It's like, well, what do you mean by destroy? What do you mean by deactivated? Like,
Right.
Be specific.
all right. So our next question, I have not seen this property, and I don't know if any of you have either. So this could be a total fucking bust. Our next question revolves around Venture Brothers. We have one person.
go Team Venture.
No.
All right. So in Venture Brothers, for the first few seasons, Dr. Venture is harassed by the Mighty Monarch, a butterfly-themed villain assigned by the Guild of Calamitous Intent to serve as Venture's official arch-nemesis. Despite his working butterfly wings, deadly poison dart bracers, and flying cocoon base, this honestly is really selling me on
It's a
Venture
great
Brothers. I'm
show.
Like, this sounds good. What's this?
It's a great
Um,
show.
The Monarch is regarded by Dr. Venture as little more than a nuisance.
No idea.
Wait, no. Actually, he wasn't assigned Dr. Venture. He chose Dr. Venture.
That is 100% correct.
Yes.
The guild did not assign the Monarch to Dr. Venture. The Monarch was acting without sanction, and the guild eventually forced him to promise to leave the Ventures alone.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if you guys want to know more about Venture Brothers, talk to Bear,
That-
apparently.
That show also has the best knockoff version of Doctor Strange that you will ever find in an adult cartoon, hands
And
down.
David Bowie.
And David Bowie, yes.
And David Bowie.
All right. This is going to be our last regular question of the game, you guys. And this is about genuinely, this is not a joke. This is not me doing a bit. Genuinely one of my favorite movies of all time. We're going to talk about Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
I'm out.
Yes! Oh, I swear, if I cannot get this, I'm going to hate myself.
Well, I think you'll get it. I feel confident. So, in Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, Ramona's third evil ex, Todd Ingram, is a bassist whose veganism grants him psychic powers. He uses these to throw Scott through several walls, but then Scott challenges him to a bass battle. Scott uses the power of bass to overwhelm Todd, then finishes him off with a headbutt, which makes him explode into a pile of coins.
Actually, first he gets his vegan powers removed by giving him half and half, forcing him to break vegan edge.
Yeah, Beard was basically ready for that. Yeah.
I also love that character was played by the same guy that plays Ray Palmer in the CW.
Yeah, that's Brandon.
Superman. That's my favorite
Yes.
Superman right there.
EJ's face.
In the
He's
comics,
an amazing Superman.
Beard is exactly right. He tricks Todd into drinking coffee with cream, and then the vegan police show up immediately and strip Todd of his powers.
I love that freaking movie. I need to rewatch it again.
And by the way, fun fact about that scene in Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, in that movie, the two vegan police are played by actors who it was Thomas Jane and somebody else, but the only connection between the two of them is that they both had played the Punisher. It was the only thing that they had in common, as I recall.
Okay.
Let me double check myself to make sure I'm right on that piece of trivia. Oh, apparently I'm wrong. Never mind. One of them was Thomas Jane. The other one was Clifton Collins Jr. But yeah, one of them, the Punisher.
So the Punisher shows up, Captain America shows up, Superman shows up, Captain Marvel shows up.
It's almost like the Justice Avengers.
Right.
It's a stockpiled cast of actors.
It really is.
If you've never seen Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, go watch it right now. Not right now.
I never have. I'll
In a
have to
little
see
bit.
it.
And once you're done watching that, watch literally everything else Edgar Wright has ever done, because the man is a genius.
Baby Driver.
Baby Driver is amazing, although very uncomfortable to watch now. The Three Flavors Cornetto trilogy is amazing. Last Night in Soho is creepy, and by the way, the last movie Dame Diana Rigg did before she passed away, so historically important. Yeah, Edgar Wright, great director. He's my favorite director. That's true. Mae Whitman, the voice of Katara, does appear as Roxy Rocket, I think is her last
Yes,
name.
Mae Whitman is one of my celebrity crushes, and her being in that movie makes my whole life. She's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Matt Swing, I'm going to call this out, calls out the veganity violation. Armin Atlas saying, milk? Yeah, my favorite line from this movie is, chicken parmesan isn't vegan?
He repeats back that everything isn't vegan.
Yeah. It's, on this date, you had a gelato. Gelato isn't vegan? It's milk and eggs, bitch.
Milk and eggs.
Milk and eggs,
Best
bitch.
delivery of any line ever. All right, kids, we are on to our final, very, very last shiny question.
Yay!
And the name of this game, so this is a match game, right? So I'm going to give you 4 words, and you are going to match what property they belong to. For this particular game, we are talking, because this stream isn't monetized, I can say what I want. We're talking about some fucking cuss words. Specifically, we are talking about cuss words from fictional universes. So I want you guys to write in a line the following words. First word is Frak. F-R-A-K. If you know what this is from, don't say it. We'll get there.
All right.
All right. Your next word is Phrell.
Can you spell that?
Can you spell these?
Yes, it is F-R-E-L-L. All right, your next word is fork, as in a dining utensil. F-O-R-K.
Forkin.
And then finally, your fourth word is Belgium. B-E-L-G-I-U-M.
Like it's a waffle.
Mm-hmm.
Or the country.
All right. And now at this point, I'm going to go ahead and read off a name, the names of the properties that these might be associated with. Whichever property you think goes with the swear word, write it down next to it. Cool?
Can we do 1 through 4? That'd be easier.
Unfortunately, because I screwed up the setup of this question, no. But if you want to do like, but yeah, no, this is totally my fault. I fucked this up. But if you want to do just like initials, that you should be able to do that just fine.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. So first we have Farscape, which you can abbreviate as FS. All right, next is The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You can just write HG. All right. Next is Battlestar Galactica. BG is fine. And last but not least is The Good Place. TGP.
Great show.
Oh, it's
All
so
right.
good.
Kirsten Bell and her
I
best.
think some of it.
And so I think the way we're going to do this is I'm just going to trust y'all on the honor system here. We're going to go through the answers, and then I want each of you to go ahead and shout out how many correct you got. Sound good?
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So first and foremost, Thrak. What is that from?
Battlestar.
Galactica.
That is from Battlestar Galactica, correct.
Oh.
Matt in the comments trying to tell
That
us this is
sucks
the
because
point
if you get one wrong, you
Battlestar
automatically
Galactica.
get 2 wrong.
Yep, you do.
Yep.
That's true.
I'm just going to go ahead and mark all mine wrong. Carry on.
What is Rel from?
Farscape.
I put
I put
Farscape, but I didn't actually know
Battlestar.
that.
100% correct. Yep, that's
Ooh, I got one right.
What is Fork from?
The Good
That's
Place.
from the
Good Place.
fucking Good Place, man.
Yeah. That's what I knew.
That is
They helped
from
everything else.
Goodness. And then last but not least, Belgium.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the
Galaxy.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
The only shiny question, I got all of them. Hell yeah.
All right, so counting them out, EJ, how many did you get right?
I
I
got
got
two.
2. I got The Good Place in FS.
All right,
Good
Josh.
Place and Hitchhikers.
Josh got 1. Jay got 2. Bear, how many did you get right?
All 4.
Dang.
And Beard?
Damn.
I got all 4.
Damn.
All right, so that
Mhm.
brings us to. So Bear and Beard, you are each going to get a point for that. And we are now at our final question. And the final question, for those who are familiar with the format, will know this. Our final question is about real life skills. We have spent an hour and a half talking about a bunch of pedantic nerd bullshit, and now we're going to talk about some real life facts.
Of course
So-
we are.
Good luck.
They are real life if the fiction exists in real life.
It's
Okay.
10:30 here, dude. I don't,
Yeah. No, that's
I'm
okay. I gotta talk to you guys. Yeah.
I gotta go grab a bite in a minute. Oops.
Yep.
Heard. All right, then
Put
let's
it
do
on
this real quick. So, our final question. Oops, you just chomped a whole ghost pepper. In the future, you should avoid eating the seeds. They're the spiciest part. But if your mouth is already burning, drink some milk to cool things down. Or try
Actually, drinking milk doesn't actually help. It makes it worse when you drink something. The best thing to do is actually eat a piece of bread.
That is not what I'm looking for. I do agree that eating a piece of bread would be better for you than drinking milk.
Drinking anything is only temporary relief. Makes it worse. Science.
Milk helps me.
But that it's a balm. I don't know that it's necessarily reparative.
Okay.
But it is my understanding that milk is considered something that helps. Josh is so mad at this game. He's regretting it. All right. So, in the future, avoid eating the seeds. They're the spiciest part. But if your mouth is already burning, drink some milk.
Imagine the seeds aren't the spiciest part. Just a guess.
Okay. What is the spiciest part?
The rest of it, the pepper,
The membrane. Yeah.
the
The
skin,
seeds are where the heat is stored, as far as I know.
the first
Bears,
bite.
what you said again.
The membrane, like the actual physical part of the pepper.
Okay. So I will tell you guys right now, Beard is correct. The seeds are not the spiciest part of the pepper. The membrane is not quite what I'm looking for, Bear. So I'm not going to give you the point.
Okay.
If anyone else wants to try and steal, they can.
EJ, we can't hear you. Your mouth is moving, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, I guess.
Now we can.
You'd be referring to the flesh of the pepper, like the,
I am not talking about the flesh. No.
yeah.
Actually, it's the leaves.
No, it's definitely not
The stem.
The stem itself.
All right, I'm going to award this to Beard. I don't think anyone else knows this.
Yay.
So
I didn't
the
know
seeds are not the spiciest part of the pepper. The spiciest part of the pepper is the pith, which is that white centerpiece where the seeds.
I said the core! Oh
Oh, did you say the core?
no!
Yeah.
I did. I didn't know if that was
Okay.
correct, if you were looking for the specific.
Did you say it after Beard got his correct?
No,
Next
don't
ball- next
take
ball.
it from him, though. Don't take it from him.
Oh, I will take it from him if you stole it.
It's got
If I
no
didn't
problem.
hear it, but everyone else is like, no, yeah, Jay got it. I'm gonna trust them.
Yeah, and I was like, maybe it's, I don't know what they call the core of a pepper, because you can't core one.
I'll be
That's
back
why
in a
you
few
were like-
minutes.
you were
I'm
like
gonna go grab a
membrane. I was
bite.
like, I need you to be
All right,
more
Jay.
specific about what you mean by membrane.
Yeah.
So that is the end of our game, ladies and gentlemen. Our final scores. We have in last place, and very bitter about it, Josh with 2 points.
Classic Josh.
when I look back at my life and I think of the different things that I could have done differently to maybe live a better, longer, more prosperous life, I think maybe not playing Actually tonight would be on that list of things. But that's okay. This is also exactly how I thought this game would go. So the fact that I got 2 points, I will take that, because I was
At least
pretty
you
sure
weren't
I would be getting
disappointed
0.
like, in how it went down.
When you set low expectations, you're never disappointed.
Yep.
Then in
Thank you, MJ.
Anyways, then we have Beard in third place, almost with 3 points, almost 4, but Jay stole fair and square. Then we have tied for second place, EJ and Jay. Nice.
Yeah, let's
with
go.
2 points apiece. But our
EJ.
runaway winner with double the points of the next lowest competitor, the Bear. With Bear, I have you at 8 points, actually, not 7.
That'd be my co-host.
So, Bear, you are now the king of the nerds.
Oh, the
You
king
are
of the
now-
nerds!
King of the Nerds.
Serve
All
me,
hail
knights of my
King
nerds
Bear.
table.
Your crown is going to be sent to you, so be on the lookout for that.
I'm gonna put on my
Absolutely.
wife's
in the
avatar hat
meantime-
in the meantime. Hold on.
In the meantime, thank you guys so much for playing that with me. I hope you had fun with it. I certainly had fun hosting it.
Yeah.
People at home, thank you for watching that. I did see a lot of people jumping in the comments, having some fun with that. I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Thank you guys so much.
If you want to see us do this kind of thing on streams again, we can do this. We've got stuff like Jackbox we can all do together. And
I'm down.
Frankly, it's a lot of fun
Yeah,
for
let
us.
us know.
Always
It's not
have
fun for
fun.
Josh, but it's fun for the rest of us.
I'm just a competitive person, and I honestly don't know how to shut it off. and
You should ask
this is
Josh how
not
he
this
feels
is not
when he
my
plays
strong
Madden
suit.
against
So
me.
I was gonna say I've gotta send Josh a copy of this game so that he can host, so he doesn't have to have the competitive issue.
EJ and I are both
He'd be a
competitive
good
though. Like we know that. We know we have that gene in us. Our only option when we lose is just to explain why it was
It wasn't our
rigged
fault, yeah.
and or not properly scored, or there's always some other reason other than our own
Ineptitude.
shortcomings that caused the
Do that in
loss.
video games too.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Do that in
With
video
video
games.
games? Okay,
I
so
do that.
quick
Someone
story about
shoots me,
video
it's
games.
Like no,
EJ and I are both really big sports fans, right? And so we typically will play Madden with each other every so often. It's probably maybe about 4 or 5 times a year when we get together, we'll play a game of Madden. Now, years ago, probably about maybe 3 or so, when I first met EJ, I was way better at Madden than he was. I had spent some time and like looked up some plays online and everything. I was kicking everybody's butt. I was pretty good at Madden. Now, since then, I haven't been trying as much or
here comes
learning
the
plays from
excuses.
some of the
Here they come.
newer games. In the past, probably like 6 times in a row, it's either been EJ absolutely wallops me or it's close, but EJ still wins. And it's probably been a solid like 6 in a row. But even EJ admits that there's some very interesting interceptions and fumbles that happen that seem to bounce just his way. So
Well, Madden's
I'm
not really a
thinking
great
it's-
Hacker!
game, you know.
hacker.
I wish I was
I'm-
smart
I'm-
enough to hack.
right. So
That's
no,
my
we-
answer whenever I shoot someone in an online game and they're like, message me, you hacked that. I wouldn't know the first thing about hacking, bro.
Yeah, how would I know how to hack?
Thank you. I Princess, I will never change. I think that my competitive side is a strong suit in most circumstances, and I think
I
that
don't think Josh can change.
at the end of the day, I think everybody here and watching knows that I'm not genuinely angry or upset at anybody. So I think we all know that at the end of the day, I might be competitive, but I do realize it's just a game.
Just
And
a-
you know what?
Just
I'm
a stupid game that I should have won but didn't. So anyway.
I'm gonna empathize with you a little bit on that Dr. Doom question, because when I was looking through the questions, I wanted to look through each of them to make sure that they weren't like completely outside of your guys' realm. Like
Right.
there were a couple of questions that I saw when I was flipping through other cards, like Sailor Moon. I was like, I don't think these guys know anything about Sailor Moon. I only left in Yuri on Ice because I knew it would be a good bit to piss Josh off. Because I knew none of you guys would have watched it. But with the Dr. Doom one, when I read that, I was like, what do you mean? Dr. Doom 100% liberated Latveria from the previous ruling class. And he's also like, it's happened a couple of times in the comics where he's overthrown other ruling parties. And in Doom's mind, I think from his perspective, it definitely is liberation.
So at the first thing that popped into my head about the liberation thing was in the video that I did on our channel covering Dr. Doom. Oh, and by the way, while we do this little thing here, I just want to say for Bear, Beard, Nerd Squanch, if you can hear me, I'm not sure if you can hear me. You guys are good. Go ahead and take a 10-15 minute break, whatever you need. Go use the bathroom, go get some dinner, do what you got to do. We'll hold down the fort for the next little while, and then when you guys get back, we will take a break for a little bit, and then once we're all back, we're going to be doing a reverse interview where the Bear and the Beard podcast is going to interview us, and then after that we have our special reading of a comic coming up that we're very excited for, and some more giveaways. And again, for anybody who doesn't know, you can enter the giveaway by commenting below on the stream and liking the stream. We've already given 2 things away. We have 3 more things to give away. Very excited about that. So anyways, on my video about Dr. Doom, I read a quote from Doom from one of the comics. And at the end of it, he says, a simple garden tended by iron hands. And he's talking about Latveria. He's talking about the gist of this quote is like, you guys, like people in the world, might throw all this different stuff at us. It's like a us thing, but it is kind of me as well, because he is a little self-absorbed. And the whole point of his thing though is that like, I just tend to this little garden over here, and as long as you leave me alone and don't tell me what I can do with my little garden, I stay here. And I know that Doctor Doom, as I said, definitely has his moments that aren't so great. But at the end of the day, he truly cares for Latveria. And it might not be seen as like the best way, right? It's sort of like any sort of tyrannical ruler where in their mind, they're doing the right thing. They're doing what's best. And it's typically because they have maybe just a little bit too much patriotism, maybe they're just a little too patriotic for their country or whatever. And I think that's certainly the case for him. So that's what really threw me in that question. And then when you were talking about Hal, the story that I covered, because part of what I was doing in the video was trying to talk about some of the worst things he had ever done or strongest feats or like crazy things. And so, so I had remembered the story of his lover and basically letting them die. And I believe that was a contract with Mephisto, but I'd have to go back and look. And I thought that was what they were trying to throw you off with, was like, no, actually it wasn't to do with his mother, it was his lover. And I think I was just getting the two things mixed up. But other than that one thing, everything you read, I'm like, these are all facts. Like, what are you talking about? You just listed a bunch of facts. So,
yeah, Josh, you actually just kind of had the rough end of the stick on some of yours that you knew, like that.
The Iron Giant one too. It was just those two because I was excited because I was like, wait, I know about Doctor Doom. I love Doctor Doom. I know about the Iron Giant. Literally can quote scenes from the movie. I've got these. So when it came down to like those technicalities, I was like, darn, like I should have gotten these, but
yeah,
fortunately I didn't.
I remember the opening scene of Iron Giant where the kid Hogarth was like putting like was it like basically laxatives in the agent's ice cream. You remember that? I used to think that was so funny as a kid. Yeah. I used to think that was so funny.
So probably my favorite scene from that movie is the prayer. So the hand of the Iron Giant, because he breaks apart, right, is in the kitchen, and the hand is like has a mind of its own, and it's like looking through the cupboards and like doing all this stuff, and obviously Hogarth is trying to hide it from his mom that the hand is there, and she's like, Hogarth, why don't you say the blessing, right? And he's like, oh, and he like starts the prayer. He's like, oh my god, because he sees the hand. He's like, oh my god, we thank you for this food, and stop, because he's trying to yell at the hand, the devil from doing bad things, and get out of here, Satan. So we may live in peace. Amen. Yeah, I love that scene. And also, what's the guy's name? Oh, I can't remember his name now. The guy with the black hair, the leather jacket, the jeans, the mechanic guy that helps him out and hides him.
The one that looks like Jeff Goldblum.
Dean is his name.
Yeah.
So there's the scene where the squirrel gets into his pants and he stands up in the restaurant and is like, I'd like to apologize in advance for this, and then you just hear zip and the squirrel runs out.
Oh yeah, and I get it now as the dog because you're like opening your
yeah. So I always got a kick out of that as a kid. And also my siblings and I quote this line to each other to this day. Like my siblings have graduated high school, right? Yeah. And I obviously have as well, but we still quote this from the movie. So the scene when they go to the lake, right? And they're doing cannonballs, and then the Iron Giant does a cannonball and literally
washes
all the water leaves the lake, right? Yeah. And so then Dean is just sitting in his chair on the road, and the guy in the truck pulls up. He goes, hey. He's like, yeah. You're right in the middle of the road. Yeah. All right. And he just keeps driving. I don't know why, but we always got a kick out of that, and we quote it to each other all the time.
It is worth noting, Matt in the chat reminds us that Dean is played by Harry Connick Jr.
Uh-oh, I know who that is.
I don't it's hurting my head. Because, like, I've heard the name, but I don't know anything about the person.
I mean, I know the face, basically. Like, he's acted quite a few things over the last couple of years, to be honest. Like, if you saw the face, you'd know who he is. He's in Independence Day. Like, that's the big one.
I'm reading through his IMDb, and he's literally in nothing I've ever seen.
Independence Day?
So,
if you've seen
I've never seen Independence Day.
Oh.
There's a lot of movies I haven't seen because I'm so much a TV watching guy that I don't really watch a ton of movies.
Fair enough.
Because the problem with being very fond of the medium of television and very dedicated to that medium is television, by definition, it takes longer than film to watch.
It does. And these days, I mean, television almost looks like the quality of movies, which is really kind of a game changer.
I do wonder how sustainable that's going to be, because I know a lot of people have expressed concerns with how is Disney and HBO and Peacock and Paramount Plus, how are they going to sustain the cinema quality of these shows, particularly Disney, when there comes a point where, like, right now, when it comes to subscribers, line goes up, but eventually line is going to stop because you cannot continue.
There's only so much of the pie left.
Subscribers at the same rate as you have been, because I don't know how to tell you this, but right now, like last year, Disney Plus got more subscribers than there were children born. I'm 90% sure about this.
Yeah.
And children are not obtaining enough income to subscribe to Disney Plus quickly enough to be able to maintain those subscriber levels. So at that point, what happens to the medium of television? Because if you can't sustain, where does it go?
I mean, sorry about that, bro. It's a little bit of a delay. What I was going to say is, it's even deeper than that. So that's a good point. The other thing is that because we're getting so used to getting the cinematic experience at home, we're not going to the theaters as much unless it's a Marvel film. We had some surprises this year with Top Gun Maverick that came out, but because we're getting so used to having very good quality television at home, it even affects people who want to go to the theater, because you're usually used to seeing those special effects in the theater. You're usually used to feeling this type of way in the theater. So I get what you're saying as well. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, I'm just saying there's also the pandemic, which has changed everything, obviously, over the whole world. And I think that we're still we're not out of it yet as far as like life returning completely back to normal. And I think it's similar to, like, there's a lot of companies, right, that have moved to completely work from home or mostly work from home because a lot of people started to realize, like, oh, we could do this cheaper and with less overhead. And I think that applies also to movies. So there's a lot of movies where maybe they're still being released in theater, but it's a shorter shelf life in the theater before they just plop it right on the streaming service, because people are still going to the streaming service to watch it. And it is interesting to see there are people out there for sure, like myself, and I don't know how you guys particularly feel about this, but I very much enjoy the movie theater. I don't mind that it's expensive and all that, just because I enjoy the experience. I like going and smelling the popcorn and having the big screen and the speakers right in my face.
When people aren't in it.
Yes, when other annoying, obnoxious people. Correct. Yeah, I mean, if you could have the theater to just you and whoever you're going with, that would be obviously the best case scenario. But yeah, I do think that the pandemic has adjusted that, and that's why you see a lot of these movies when they're saying highest grossing movie or highest whatever, they're caveating it with since the pandemic, or since the COVID age, or whatever phrasing they want to use, because that's really the metric that they have to use. It's a new metric.
Yeah, no, I mean, we still haven't recovered fully. I mean, the fact that Wakanda Forever only made $778 million at the box office, and hitting, like, I think the first one hit $2 billion, is kind of insane. I mean, a lot of that has to do with Chadwick Boseman being deceased, unfortunately, because I think the draw to go to the movie isn't as large, to be honest, without him.
I would have assumed that the draw would be, if anything, even larger, because, like we mentioned in our first segment, that was basically the public's opportunity to have their own funeral for Chadwick Boseman. And that was part of why I went. I mean, obviously, it's a Marvel movie. I'm going to every Marvel movie. But part of why I went was, like, I wanted to grieve the loss of both Chadwick Boseman, the actor, and the character of T'Challa. And I would have thought that would have been more of, this sounds so gross to say, this is such like a late stage capitalism thing to say. I would have thought that would have been more of a selling point. Like, I don't know. Maybe this is why I'm not in the movie business. Who knows what anything is.
No, I mean, that's why Martin Scorsese and, like, James Cameron as of late have taken so many swings on Marvel, is because that's the only thing that people are going to see consistently at the theaters. You'll have your flashes in the pan, like Top Gun Maverick or stuff like that. But like usually, if people are going to go sit down at the theater, it's going to be a Marvel film, and so it dictates a lot of what other theaters are going to making. Like there's fewer studios willing to put the money aside to film like a regular Martin Scorsese film or whatever. Martin Scorsese's different, but I mean, people want to make films like that, but just don't have that name, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what people are complaining about, which I understand the complaint, right? I think it's tough to be in that spot. I don't really know what the answer is going forward with the art, because we like the art for the art. Studios like it for the money. They're capitalists.
There was in the 1980s, there was a head of Paramount said, we are not in the movie business, we're in the money-making business. It may be necessary at times in order for us to make money that we must also create art, but that is not what our purpose is. And on one hand, like, you got to respect the honesty, but I don't love that.
Exactly.
Like, they said the quiet part out loud. Oh no. And they did it back in the 1980s.
Yeah, no, I mean that's kind of the thing. So you have to marry art with actually making money, you know? It's just kind of like how we've talked about before with like when they put out the Justice League back in 2017. The main reason why they didn't delay the film they knew wasn't unfinished was because they wanted to have their pre-AT&T bonuses right before the closed merger. So if they had waited like they were supposed to, even Josh would do somewhat remotely of a good job with it. That would have cost them a couple. Yeah, exactly. That would have been, that would cost them a couple more million in bonus money. So at the end of the day, they didn't care about the product they were putting out. They're like, hey, let's get those bonuses and spend more on yachts.
Yeah. I think Matt is right. Matt says more and more people are willing to wait for streaming than pay out to see it in theaters.
Agreed.
I mean, yeah, because like theaters are expensive. I don't know what y'all's theater prices are. Ours are $13, which is
probably about the same.
Fine. But $13 for, and that's for like if you're not doing like IMAX or some stuff like that. I mean, that's a decent lunch right there that you're spending on a movie. And it's a movie that you don't retain access to. It is a one-time viewing. You don't get any kind of access to it. You don't get your own copy or anything like that. It is just one shot and done. And if you have to like go and pee or anything like that, then that's that's all of a sudden you've lost some of the value of that $13 and you're not getting anything back for it. So I can see why a thrifty-minded person would choose to wait for streaming rather than go into the theater.
Yeah, also
$10 for drinking a medium-sized popcorn. I don't eat when I go to theaters because I'm afraid to like miss part of the movie, and I have a very small bladder.
I'll tell you this. This shows you how country we were at one point. But I used to go with my aunt and cousins, and what we would do. One aunt in particular had a huge purse, and we would stick a whole like KFC serving of chicken in there, and we'd be munching on the chicken while we're watching everything. And yeah, I mean that's part of the reason why people don't want to go is because the food is so astronomically high. But to be fair, that's where the theater makes most of their money, because when you're looking at an actual movie itself, the ticket cost actually is split between the theater and the studio, as you can imagine, right? So the studio gets a piece of that, actors get a piece of that, yada yada, right? Whereas the actual food at the theater is what they're actually making that's totally theirs. You know what I mean? Which is why they're astronomically high for you to go and buy things at the theater. It's tough, but that's how it works. That's why it's so astronomically high, because they're trying to make up that recoup over tickets. Because if you're even selling it for like $12 a movie, like the studio, sorry, not the studio, but the movie theater's probably getting like $5 or $4 of that. You know. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate you hopping in, Matt, and having the conversation with us.
For sure. Real quick, I think Bear and Beard are ready to come back and join us here. But real quick, I will tell you regarding the sneaking food into the theater. Steven has claimed to me repeatedly that in his childhood in California, he once smuggled a whole California burrito into a movie theater, which is a choice. and I'm not sure it's one I would make, but it is a choice.
Those things are massive.
It's very true.
I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, I will say my local theater, they have been doing these things where last time I went in, they asked my fiance to open her purse before we walked in, like we're at like the TSA or whatever. I'm like, well,
They
that's
do that here.
Times have changed.
Which
So-
for safety concerns, I guess they might have to, but
Yeah, I
you
was
know,
gonna
like,
say
well,
nowadays, unfortunately, they can very reasonably claim, "Would you please open your purse? We need to check for any
firearms. Yeah.
Right.
because sometimes people get shot in theaters now, which is
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
For viewings of Batman, none less.
Yep.
So
Dark Knight Rises.
anyway.
the Knights are going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. We're going to hand things over to the Bear and the Beard. We're leaving you guys in their very capable hands.
We're leaving them in charge.
Yes.
Oh,
And
one of us
then,
is gonna. Oh god.
and then when
Inmates
we
are gonna run the asylum. Are you
babysitting.
kidding?
and then when we come back, if the stream is still up and nothing crazy
Yeah, they haven't
drastic
burned
has
it
happened,
down.
we'll go ahead and do our reverse interview. We're going to have the Bear and the Beard podcast interview us. We're going to do a giveaway. We got some more giveaways coming, and then we will be doing our reading at the end of the night, our dramatic reading of an unnamed comic that you guys will have to stay tuned in to find out what that
Super
is.
hyped
So
for it.
thanks for checking us out, and we will be right back. Bear, Beard,
10 minutes.
It's all
One
you.
more hour left in 2022, guys. Let's do it.
Subject to talk about or anything. Should have had something written, like pull something out of a hat. Your topic today.
Your
is-
topic today is.
Everyone's going.
We're gonna talk really bad about the Knights now. No.
We have nothing bad to say about the Knights. We
Nothing
love
at
the
all.
Knights, and we love being on their podcast, and we love bringing in the New Year with them.
Yeah.
But as they said that it's 1 hour until New Year's, for us, it's actually still 2 hours. We got 2 hours left in 2022, and so we're very happy to spend this last hour of their 2022 with them. And then we're going to ring in 2023 on our podcast doing something. It's going to be a winged live. We haven't fully planned it, but it's going to be fun. Definitely check that out. But Bear, what are you getting excited for 2023?
Well, I mean, honestly, more Knights of the Nerd Table content. I mean, come
Right?
on, their videos are amazing. And this is, look, I know that sounded sarcastic. I actually am looking forward to what EJ and Dieter and Josh are going to pull, together and create in 2023. This stream, this was the best way that I could think to spend New Year's Eve, other than if we could have done this in person, and not
That'd be
had to
amazing.
worry
Like,
about a stream.
We got to figure that out sometime. A way to have a crossover live event with the Knights. The Knights and the Geeks of the Round Table teaming up.
Right.
Round a round table. There needs to be a round table. We need to have
Spinning
lightsabers,
camera.
and sonic screwdrivers, and everything in there leaning into the table because we are a legion of nerds for sure.
But and you're completely right. Like, it's just amazing. Like, we stream sometimes, but ours is more of a, we record it in advance and then we give it to the masses. We sit down with the topic, we talk about it. They do that too with their videos, but they stream a lot more than us. And it's really cool to be a part of something. Like, we owe the Knights so much. Like, the fact that we're using StreamYard right now over at our podcast for all three of our podcasts that we have under our umbrella is thanks to the Knights showing us when we came over for a stream.
Yeah, we joined them for a live and it was a lot of fun and never looked back. EJ and I have some debates that definitely need to come up. Actually, we should do that for some of our mini episodes. I should bring him on to have mini episode debates on little topics that him and I disagree on. I love debating with him. It's always so fun.
They are definitely on a and I don't say this to be mean, but they're on a short list of people like, hey, we're gonna get with them in 2023 to make content like this. We have our own version of pitch meetings. For those of y'all that have seen our show, sometimes we talk about Ryan George and his pitch meetings. We're taking that idea, twisting it a little bit, making it twisty, and we're gonna do something like that. I would love to have them come on and pitch us some stuff. So debates would be fun. That'd be a blast. honestly.
Bear, I got a question for you in regards to the new year. So we got a lot of exciting stuff coming in 2023, but one thing that you and I have not discussed, other than the fact that we're both excited about it, is our thoughts on Transformers: Rise of the Beasts.
Oh, I'm here.
And I know you're a big Transformers fan. Remember when I visited you down south? You got all the Transformers stuff. Like if you could see Bear's living room of Transformers, it's respectable. It's amazing.
I got the tattoo, boy. I got that tattoo, my boy. Like it's Transformers is gonna be amazing. You could have told me, a year ago, like you could have told me when we did our Michael Bay exploded my childhood episode about that movie, and you could have told me you're gonna be excited about something that is coming out in that same vein, and I would have gone, no,
You're nuts.
you're nuts.
But okay,
there's no way they can redeem
hope
themselves.
about it is Bumblebee. The movie Bumblebee. I was skeptical about
Yeah.
that one too, and I went into it and I loved it because they're making
Bumblebee
more
was
direct stories. And honestly, what's got me so hyped for Rise of the Beast is Anthony Ramos.
Yeah, Anthony's gonna do a great job.
He was in Hamilton. He was in The Heights. He's in so much other stuff. If he's in something, I'm expecting it to be amazing.
Oh, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be fantastic. I have you said my collection, so I still have my original G1 Optimus with the trailer. I think I talked about that in our Christmas episode. I can't remember. But I also have the Maximals. I have Optimus Prime. I have Rhinox. I have Rat Trap. I have Cheetor.
Hey,
The only one
Keith.
I don't have is Dinobot because he was an actual Maximal. But of the core 4 that landed on Earth in Beast Wars, I have them. So Princess swapped over to Facebook. It threw me for a second.
Transformers is my child.
That's another friend of ours. We can't
love
click the
Keith
comment, but
Cooper.
Keith Cooper over at Blurtish. Thank you so much for being a part of our 2022. Hopefully you'll be a part of our 2023, just like Knights of the Nerds table will be.
Absolutely.
It's amazing.
So I don't know a lot about the different kinds of Transformers, like when it comes to the beasts, when it comes to like the dino ones. What brings that in the Transformers lore?
Okay, so
aspects.
Okay, I'll give you as brief a rundown as I can. Originally there was just Decepticons and Autobots. This is null. On the planet Cybertron, the Primes created the Autobots and the Decepticons. Well, they factioned off. So, but Beast Wars, when it came out, they were Cybertronians, Autobots, and just Predacons, if I'm not mistaken. They were already those things. They were factions of the Autobots and the Decepticons. It was the Maximals and the Predacons. They were sent, they crashed on Earth just like the original story from Transformers, except for it was millions of years ago. And yet somehow there were apes.
Best entrance ever.
And just like with the original Transformers, when the Ark, or their ship, which wasn't called the Ark, scanned life forms, it scanned living and dead life forms. So that's how we had dinosaurs, but we also had the Maximals.
The worst in every iteration,
except for Beast Wars, because Starscream was technically Dinobot in Beast Wars, and he came to the good side. He did try to betray Optimus a few times, though. So
that's how we had a purple Tyrannosaur. Yes.
Hey!
Yes.
We love you, Keith Cooper. Glad you came to say hello before your stream. You want to talk?
Yeah.
I'm going to give everyone a quick behind-the-scenes idea of what was just happening there. These guys started talking about Beast Wars, and I was like rattling the cage. Let me in.
Release the data.
Honestly, for Beast Wars came out, what, 99?
99, 98, 99.
Sheer audacity of the 3D animation. The fact that they were like, no, it's 1999. We're
Welcome back, Josh.
3D animated
Thank you,
series.
so.
Yeah, they used the same animation from like that old show Reboot that got rebooted a few times.
absolutely insanity. Rhinox is the best character ever, and what happened to him in Beast Machines was a tragedy. That's all I'm gonna say.
Agreed.
Starscream's the worst.
I'm remembering that right. Like Rhinox was one of the in Beast Machines. He got like his spark got put into like those guys that turn into the motorcycles back on Cybertron.
Rhinox was corrupted in Beast Machines. Yeah,
Oh, thanks, Keith.
but
I don't know enough about
he
Twitch.
was
to know how that
evil.
all works, but yeah.
Oh, nice. Love to be on Twitch too.
Anyways, we're back.
Back again.
And we back, and we back.
Boys,
And EJ and Josh, did y'all hear the shit these two were talking about us?
Everybody.
we're talking absolute garbage.
Rock your body right.
Literally,
back.
Yes, when we said we were going to do a dramatic reading of a comic, we're actually going to be karaokeing Backstreet Boys. And
Yes,
That's not
and
true. That's not true. Nobody agrees.
yes, you did.
No,
Just
it
because you didn't read the fine print in the link email I sent you isn't my fault.
you are
See, if you scrolled way down below that link, way down, there's some fine print.
Don't lecture me about comprehension when you couldn't get any answers right on them, actually.
when I say
I want it that way.
tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a heart.
This just became my favorite live stream ever. It already was, but it just got
I
confirmed.
just,
So now that we've
What
done
is
our Backstreet Boys
happening?
karaoke,
Yep.
so the best intro to Brooklyn Nine-Nine ever. You guys have seen that show, right?
Yeah.
When they do the lineup,
favorite cold open ever.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's legendary.
That's the one
It's so
who
good.
murdered my brother.
Yeah. Oh, I totally forgot about that.
We need to do a Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Chills,
like,
chills,
cross
literal chills.
episode. We need to do a 9-9 cross episode somehow, some way.
I'm
I
into
am
it.
so mad I missed the Beast Wars conversation. I am so mad.
I know Jay was commenting on the thread. He's like, I'm in another room and I'm missing Transformers.
Princess Michelle singing with us.
Yeah. How can you not hear that song or how can you hear that song and not sing along? It's just
Right.
Yeah.
one of those songs.
I don't
You have
trust
to.
if someone's singing the song and there's someone just quietly sitting in the corner. I don't trust that person.
No.
Same with Bohemian Rhapsody.
The only,
You better at least-
reason I didn't is because I'm using wireless headphones, so there's a delay, and I was like, if I jump in on this, it's going to get off. And
We're
doing it live!
There's a delay anyways because of the streaming. It takes a second, but it's fine. I'm sure we all sounded fantastic
We did.
belting those
Hey,
notes out.
I was a karaoke DJ for 7 years. I can tell you all you could be on American Idol right now.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind. That might be the nicest thing anybody has ever
You
said
can
to me.
tell us
actually.
that. Doesn't mean it's true.
I can tell you that with some respect on my name.
Fair. All right, so I want to go ahead and move into our next giveaway here. We have 3 more things to give away, and we are counting down to the New Year's. We have less than an hour left, so we're going to go ahead and give away this pop figure from Rogue One K2SO. All right, so I'm going to pull up my randomizer here again. I'm going to double check my count. I think I need to adjust it up one. Perfect.
I'm sorry, Josh. I can't let you do that.
All right, we have a winner.
Who? Who is it? Who
Our
is it?
winner of the Star
I
Wars
will
Rogue
say,
One. Pop
Is
figure.
Jay? We have to redo it.
No. I have kept everybody who's on the stream out. I don't include
Okay.
them in the count.
Square deal. Good.
It will not be any of us because that's just not fair. So,
Yeah.
our winner of the Star Wars Rogue One pop figure is Keith Cooper.
Hey.
Cooper of Blurtish.
Congratulations,
Definitely check out the
Keith.
Blurtish podcast. If you never heard of it,
We will
they are
be
amazing.
contacting you to get your info so we can ship this over to you.
We love Keith Cooper.
We love Keith.
Woo! Thanks for checking in with us, Keith.
Yeah, Keith has his podcast, Blurtish. We've done them. They were featured at the end of our Christmas episode, where they
actually posted that episode. They're awesome with that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Keith. Keith
We
is
don't
actually one
deserve
of
the
the
love we get from
reasons
Keith.
that we have a
Maybe
podcast,
Bear
because
does.
Keith kind of inspired me to start one, because I was under the impression before I met Keith that only celebrities had podcasts and that you had to have a studio and all this other stuff. And then Keith's like, I do it from my phone at work with my friend. And I was like, I want to be like you, my friend.
There you go.
And now we are.
You are living the dream.
Yes.
And hey, real quick before we move on to the next segment, in all seriousness, Josh and EJ, were you listening at all backstage when Beard and Bear were talking?
Was not, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you, Josh?
No, I
So,
until you saw me
I
on
actually
screen, it was
was because I have my wireless headphones in, so I was just walking around.
yeah.
the house.
I can only go so far.
And because of that, I heard all the stuff that Beard and Bear were saying, which means I heard them saying some really, really kind stuff about us, and about how rewarding it has been to collaborate with them. So I just want to say publicly on the stream that it has been one of the best parts of this year getting to know the Beard and Bear crew. They
Absolutely.
are, firstly, I don't know a ton of content creators, but I can't imagine many other content creators who are as welcoming and as willing to make new connections and make new friends and bring them into like kind of a family setting, which I think is just a really great way to create fan spaces. I also want to point out that anyone who's not familiar with their work, I will admit, I have not watched as many episodes of their podcast as I would like, because I am very busy and God, my life is so complicated. But anyway, one of the things that I have noticed about Beard and Bear is they are non-stop finding ways to better the world around them. They are always doing stuff for local charities, for local hospitals. They are always trying to find a way, not just to make content, but to make their content mean something in the world around them, which is something that I think is extremely admirable. And I think it is something that our team going forward is definitely going to want to strive for as something for 2023. So guys, I heard all the nice stuff and I appreciate it. I just want you to know we feel the same way about you. You guys are inspirations to us as much as we are inspirations to you, and we are so glad that you could join us for this whole nonsense.
And when we started this, I told Brian when we started the podcast, which the podcast started out as a live stream on Instagram back in 2020. On a whim. We were just like, TikTok, okay.
That's familiar, dude, doesn't it?
It really does.
For no lies right here going into 2023. TikTok shadow banned me for no reason. I was going live. I had like 2,000 followers. I was going live on there doing essentially what we do now. But it was a live stream thing like what y'all do, except it was only on TikTok. They shadow banned me for no reason. I could not go live. And I was like, you know what?
Yeah, TikTok's tough.
Brian, do you want to join me on Instagram? We're going to start doing this on Instagram. We did it the first time, and then we were like, you know what? This is now a podcast. I'm going to find a way to take this video, turn it into audio, and put it out as a podcast. And we've been doing it ever since. But the two main goals were, one, never expect fame. Do everything we can do to make it better. That's why one of our slogans is we're combating toxicity one episode at a time. Two, and just as important, just because it's the second doesn't mean it's any less important, build a community. If someone comes to us and says, I want to be on your show, I don't care who you are. As long as you stick to our values, we'll have you on the show. You could be watching this right now, live or later on. You could be our next guest. If you're a nerd about something, come on. The only thing I will tell you is we don't get political and we don't get toxic. If there's something we don't like, we compliment sandwich it. You know, like we have to find at least one thing we like about it. But most of the time, we're talking about stuff we like anyway.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, but that was the thing. And then when Josh reached out to us, like, hey, we want to do some collaboration, we were like, yes, it's just automatic. Yes. So, and we celebrate y'all's successes, you know, just as much
Thank
as
you.
if they were our own, because we're proud of what y'all are doing, of what we're doing, and collectively we're doing together. So,
Right.
Yeah.
No, I love everyone here.
all right. So, how much time we got? Do we have time? We got time for
I
this.
think
Yeah.
It's really just 5 basic questions, really, unless we come up with
okay.
other.
Sure, let's
So
do it.
real quick,
Have you
here's the.
met the people on this stream? 5 basic questions. That's an hour a question.
If you
We're
guys
trying
want
to
to
I'll
check
keep
out,
it tight at 20 minutes.
if you guys want to check out Keith's Twitch, I just want to give him a shout out right here. Here it is, right here on the bottom of the screen. Go ahead and check out his Twitch. He says he's
Nice.
streaming us right now on his Twitch. We super appreciate that. Thank you.
Love you.
Go ahead and
Shout
check
it
out Keith's
out
Twitch,
loud.
everybody.
If you got multiple monitors, put him on one monitor, put us on another monitor, and just
That'd be
Check out
chill.
your
Can you
podcast.
imagine the
podcast.
god awful echo that would cause?
you can mute one of them.
Oh yeah, just pick one. Just pick one.
So the idea behind this interview, this reverse interview, was our first episode of our season 2, which was 2021, was its origin story. Me and Brian, we were all in Nebraska. It was me, Brian, Mama Bear, my 2 brothers, Frenchie, and Chef Mantis. And Keith says, mute me. And we wrote some questions that we also were allowing them to ad lib off of, to where it was like the premise behind it was we're con guests, Q&A, let's go, ask us questions. So even though we were in Brian's living room, so big dreams of grandeur. So with that being said, Knights, welcome to Night Nerd Table Con 2022. It's the final day of the show. We have y'all as our last guests up on stage because y'all put on this whole big thing. It was amazing. Loved it. Quentin Tarantino was here. He said he's actually going to watch Marvel again because y'all really
I'm
changed his
grumpy
mind.
and exhausted from lack of sleep and doing all this media.
Uh,
It would not suit me. I'm gonna be honest with you.
But now the Q&A portion of the show is here, and myself and Beard have taken some questions from the audience, so that we're just going to ask you for time purposes. And we're going to start with the first question. Y'all can answer them in any order you want to. But the first question is, what inspired you to start your channel?
EJ, you're gonna have to go ahead and take
I
this
guess
one.
that's
I have a very easy answer to this
question.
question. EJ.
EJ.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess I'm the OG, the original knight in a lot of ways. I've wanted to start some type of medium for a while. I'm a big podcast consumer. I'm a big YouTube channel consumer. I just love conversing with people. Now, for a while, I think I told people before, my background is political science. So I, at times, and especially in my early days when I was kind of putting together something I want to put out, I was going to do something a little bit more controversial, something where I was talking about more world topics and stuff like that. But the thing is that is a very tough arena to be in.
Doesn't Alex Jones already do enough of that for you?
I know, right? And it just got to a point where I was like, I knew if I did that, I wouldn't be happy all the time. I would just be mad all the time, And so I wanted to do something where I would actually bring me joy. And so out of a whim, me and Dieter, we used to work together at a company. And that's how we met, right? We were coworkers. And we used to have all these debates all the time. And he would have to put up with all my hot takes about how Man of Steel is the best Superman story of all time in the comics, everything. But it's just the best of all time. And we just decided we would actually have a conversation on it. So we, I always kept on making these excuses as to why I wouldn't have a podcast. I said, you know what? Why don't you just hop on this time? We'll record it, not edit it, do whatever, just speak and see what happens. And they always say that, the best way to start a podcast or a YouTube channel or anything. It's just press the record button. So that's how it started, and I'm glad that it's gotten bigger ever since
and I will
Peter
say,
and
honestly,
Josh came on board.
then when I think EJ first said we were going to do this was the pandemic, but right around that time EJ was relocating to New York. I was realizing that I was going to be relocating to Florida, and I suffer from very severe ADHD. So one of the ways that formulates is I'm very, very bad about keeping up with people. Now, when you see me, it will be like no time has passed, but I will completely forget about you if you are not in my field of vision. And with EJ, I was like, I know this is a problem that I have. This is a great opportunity for me to make sure that I have a way to keep my friendship with EJ strong, because I really, really value it. And I get an opportunity to have really fun conversations with a person who is very well educated, and likes to think about things in the same way that I do, because he's political science, I'm psychology and philosophy. So we both love.
I graduated high school.
Same. Like to think about things and take them apart and that sort of thing, and it's really fun to do that, especially with someone who, when you take it apart, you don't get to the same answer, and you have to try and match up and figure out, well, this is what I got out of it, why didn't you? And so it all worked out, and I really appreciate it, EJ. It was a great idea. And then we realized that we needed someone to make us better. And that's where Josh came in. EJ and I, when we originally pitched this to Josh was expecting to largely just be a producer doing stuff backstage. And I'm glad he's not. I mean, he is doing that too, but like, I think Josh is a very, very valuable,
absolutely.
How can I put this? Josh is very much the secret ingredient of the channel, because he's really great at keeping us in line, keeping us organized. He's really great at pushing us to be better than we were yesterday.
Absolutely.
And he adds a moderating influence to the cold nonsense that EJ spouts and my much more sanguine personality. And I think when he started jumping onto our channel and doing live streams with us, that was when things kind of started to click in terms of the conversations we were having.
Yeah.
That's
and
amazing.
I'll jump off that really quick. I know we have some other questions to get to, but I just wanted to point out the beginning of my journey. EJ approached me before he ever recorded anything and kind of said, hey, here's what I'm going to be doing. Here's my thoughts. What do you think about it? Do you want to be a part of it? And I said, no, I don't. And
he told me no.
Not because like I love EJ, him and I we're literally going to legally be family soon, but we are family. We're brothers. We have a very close relationship. But I didn't want to say yes to something and then not give it my all, because a problem that I have is when people ask if I could do something with them or help them with something, I'm like, yes. And then I'm like, wait, I need to go back and say no to a few of these people because there's only 24 hours in the day and there's way more than 24 hours worth of stuff to do. So I didn't want to keep doing that. So I was like, no, I don't have the time. I have too many other things I'm involved with. It sounds great. I can come on and be a guest for you maybe here and there, but good luck with all that. And I'll definitely like support you and check it out. But I went on as a guest, and the more things went on, I started getting into editing and doing like the YouTube and trying to figure out how it all works. And I kind of just couldn't stop trying to learn and trying to get better. And it's sort of like, I have such a good time talking with EJ and talking with Dieter and, going over all these different things that it's like, it quickly became a thing like, no, I'm going to say no to other things because I really want to do this. So I'm glad that I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys started this.
Yeah. I'm glad Josh reached out on a whim. Like, he was just like, look, y'all are doing something similar to what we're doing. Do y'all want to collaborate? We're like, yeah. That's like our whole thing.
Let's talk nerdy. Like, and that's awesome because you're talking nerdy. You're there. You got the podcast. The podcast is doing great. 1,000 subs. That's amazing. But there's an origin story there. You all You consider your podcast a nerdy podcast, but everyone has an origin story of their first memory of being a nerd. Maybe it's a first comic book, a memory of a cartoon, stuffed animal. What first got you each into nerd culture as early as you can remember?
I'm gonna take this first because I really have to pee.
I was gonna say Josh.
Yeah, I'm interceding because I have a very tiny bladder. So I like a lot of people our age. I obviously watched Batman the Animated Series. Obviously watched X-Men. Watched Beast Wars. Watched Gargoyles. Everything like that. But the defining moment where specifically not just nerd culture, but my favorite part of nerd culture, which is superheroes. That's my favorite genre. I love superheroes. The day that and specifically the medium of comics. The day that I fell in love with that was I was visiting, my parents took me to visit my aunt down in Richmond, Virginia. And my aunt had 2 sons who were quite a bit older than me. I want to say like 10, 15 years older than me. And they'd moved out of the house. And so it was just me and all these old people. And I was like, okay, whatever. I'm 7. I have nothing to do. And my aunt was like, hey, you like watching like Spider-Man and stuff, like, right? I was like, yeah, obviously. I'm a 7-year-old child. And she was like, well, your cousin, Derek, was a really big fan of Spider-Man 2. And he's got this big old pile of comics. And I talked to him and he said it would be totally okay if you wanted to read through some of them. He gave me like a list of like the rare ones that like need to be protected. Don't give those to the 7-year-old. But the rest you can have out. And she brings down this huge long box full of comics that are organized in absolutely no way whatsoever. And she's like, here, small child, have at. And the first comic I pulled was Mutant X #1 from the 1990s, which is a terrible comic. I don't recommend it to anyone. But that's the first comic I ever read.
I love that Jay's playing with a Starscream. I'm sorry, I have to point out Jay's just Starscreaming it up. I love it.
Autism.
I love it.
No, fidget.
No, I love it. Mutant
I have ADHD. I'm playing with a pair of kitchen scissors. Like you're better than
Hold on. I gotta look up this Mutant X.
Mutant X. It was a 1990s X-Men spinoff starring Alex Summers who gets shunted to an alternate universe. It's not good. The second comic I read that same day was Ultimate Spider-Man, which if you've read Ultimate Spider-Man, you know is not just a good comic. It is one of the best Spider-Man comics of all time. And it spiraled. I would like buy up like encyclopedias. I would spend days when Wikipedia became a thing, just reading through Wikipedia articles about Marvel characters if I couldn't get hold of comics. And I developed a problem and an addiction, and I don't want to change, so you can't make me.
It's a good problem to have. Every time I spend money on like a new prop, like the Infinity Gauntlets or Stormbreaker, I look at my wife and she's like, that probably costs a lot of money. I was like, yes, but I could be on drugs. So I'm not on drugs.
Are much better with comics.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and jump in really quick.
I'm gonna go. Bye.
See ya.
So we actually have a video that is old, but we haven't put it out yet, and I would definitely keep a lookout for it in 2023. It is how to get into comics. We recorded this a while ago. It was something we were really passionate about.
You gotta get that
and in that, we each talk about our origin story. We each talk about kind of where we come from, and I believe we've definitely touched on it in other streams or other videos. But for me, I'll just sum it up. It really was at a very early age going to the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies was sort of the beginning. There was the cartoons. There was a garage sale that I went to where there was a box of comics that my mom bought for me. It was probably like maybe $20 or something. It was this whole huge box of comics. And again, much like I think a lot of people's stories, it was a spiral. You know, there's the first couple things, but then it just sort of snowballed. And now as an adult, I've got all this Marvel content and some DC content to keep me happy and to further the fandom. So for me, it started at a very, very young age, and hasn't really slowed down. I mean, there's definitely new characters that I like more or less than I did when I was younger. The only constant has been Spider-Man. So, EJ, what about you?
Yeah, so I actually started off with the Super Friends. You guys remember the Super Friends? I used to go and watch the Super Friends over at my grandmother's house because they would always have Cartoon Network playing in the background. And so I would watch.
Meanwhile, back at the Hall of Justice.
Yeah. And I would watch that, and I would watch Adam West Batman. Not just Adam West, where he was like. Yeah, but he had a cartoon version of himself as well.
Yeah.
Where he was doing voice. So I would watch those things. When it came to actually reading the comics and stuff like that, that came right after Spider-Man 1 came out. And Josh is going to be, I think I've told Josh this before, but the first superhero that I was like completely enthralled with and I just couldn't get enough of was Spider-Man. Like I was Spider-Man everything. I had Spider-Man pajamas, I had Spider-Man this, Spider-Man that. Then I switched over to Batman and never looked back after Batman Begins came out. You know, and I've been reading Batman comics ever since, and that's when it spiraled for me.
Nice. I do.
Some of us take dark paths in life, EJ, but the good news is that redemption is available for all those who seek it. So even though you might have gone down a path of just sin and darkness, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not too late for you. Okay, go ahead. Carry on, Beard.
I find it funny that Spider-Man for a lot of people is a lot of people's early memory of getting into nerd culture, but then whenever there's the hardcore like Batman, Superman fans like that, their first thing usually isn't Spider-Man. It's usually it's easy how the first things you remember acquire what you kind of favoritize.
Well,
I find that very interesting.
They did a study, I saw it a couple of years ago, where they asked like children around the world. They showed them pictures, and Spider-Man was more recognizable than Jesus.
Yep.
So, and they even used like a Jesus that was of that like country's origin or whatever. So Spider-Man's more recognizable than Jesus. So, I do want us to have time for the final thing, and I know you're probably going to give away a prize. So I'm just going to ask the third, and we'll make this the final question. Very simple, very, you don't have to elaborate if you don't want to. What's your favorite fandom outside of comic book related things? Like now we're believers over on our show. You can be a nerd about anything. Everything's a fandom. Yeah. You can be a fan of politics. I don't know what would inspire someone to be a fan of politics, but hey, I just haven't met them yet, right? So, what is your favorite fandom outside of comic book related media?
Naruto.
Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I mean, I gotta keep it a buck. We've already talked. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before. It's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, man. I'm a hardcore Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan. I know everything about the Bucs.
My condolences.
I mean, you're a Patriot fan, so.
They have like the same record
this year.
Because your division is crappy.
Well, you're not going to the playoffs.
Now's not the time.
Now's not the time. Now's not the time.
Well, that's that rivalry you were talking about, But yeah, no, I'm big into football, so I can tell you everyone's record, all the players that ever played for the Bucs since 98. I can basically give you the starting lineup of every, So yeah,
for me, like Naruto, we've
wonder
talked
you
about
lost the Actually game. No, I'm just kidding.
So
hey, I got my bragging rights. I can do that.
So I'm currently wearing a Naruto shirt.
I like that shirt.
And then I have a Naruto calendar right there that I just got for Christmas. I have a poster of Itachi, the best character in Naruto, right there.
It's so funny that the best character in the show is not the named character of the show.
That's actually extremely common in anime. In fact, it's more often that it's someone other than the main character that is typically more the favorite character. But that
all
aside.
right, guys. Well, thank y'all for sitting down with us at the end of this night's 2022 con here. I know y'all got other stuff to do, so we'll let you
our handlers are rushing us off to the next thing.
Yeah.
And we've been the Bear and the Beard. We want to remind you, as always, to stay awesome. Oh, Beard was muted, but he said stay bearded.
And much love.
And much love.
Well, we got 20 minutes to go till midnight. We got a special little surprise for you guys. We talked earlier today about how we really enjoyed the contributions of Kevin Conroy as Batman, right? And so
And
Joshua, what's up?
And Tim Sal.
And Tim South. Oh, sorry to hear.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. And inspired by that, Josh kind of suggested that we do a little bit of a table reading of one of the most hallowed, one of the most acclaimed comics of all time, Batman:
It's
The
not the
Long
Killer.
Halloween.
The New Year's Eve issue, particularly.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost as if we were thinking about that, you know.
Oh.
And at this point, I'll give it to the stage director, Dieter. I'm sure he'll do a great job with the screenplay. He's no Zack Snyder, but you know, I'm sure he'll do all right.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me? Am
Or Andrew
I
Romano.
Yes.
better.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I was having a mic issue there for a second. I panicked. So, hello, everyone. Welcome. This is going to be a live reading of Batman: The Long Halloween, issue number 4, created by Jeff Loeb and Tim Sale. May he rest in peace. With colors by Gregory Wright, letters by Richard Starkings and Comic Craft, and separations by Heroic Age. Batman was created by Bob Kane and Bill Finger. Which anyone who knows deep cut Batman lore just gasped when I said Bill Finger. Before we get started, a couple of business things again, real quick. First things first, this stream is not monetized. We have no association whatsoever with Warner Brothers Discovery. Please don't sue us. We know you need the money, but don't try and get it from us.
Don't come in here.
We don't have it. We're not the
We
big
don't
fish you're
have it.
looking for.
These are not the content creators you're looking for.
Correct.
I know we are
We
short
are,
on
but
time,
no.
but I am going to say one thing real quick, which is this is not one of the first comics I read, but this is the comic that, thanks to the art of Tim Sale, who did pass away this year, this is the comic that made me begin to distinguish the artists creating these comics. Because of his distinctive art, I had to know who it was that created this piece. And that led me further into loving not just comics, but the people who create them. So we do, and I didn't tell him I was going to do this, but we do want to dedicate this silly little performance, for whatever it is worth, to both Kevin Conroy, Tim Sale, and anyone who works in the medium of bringing these stories to life.
Cheers.
I hope you enjoy it. It's going to be very silly. I present now Batman: The Long Halloween, issue 4.
Do we have a different music for this?
Yes. If we don't have a different music, I don't believe. So we'll just kind of bring the ambiance down.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't know which person brought it up, but good call.
Bear.
Thank you, Bear. We open with a close-up of the Joker. His pale face and ghastly smile are made all the stranger by the presence of an aviator's cap and goggles adorning his head. Batman's narration rings out.
New Year's Eve in Gotham City.
Time to ring in the new year.
Joker gleefully strolls past the grinning corpses of several unnamed members of a plane's flight crew.
Co-pilot, check. Navigator, check. Stewardess, flight regulations prohibit smoking on this flight.
The Joker then commandeers a biplane and takes off into the snowy air.
Up and away, ho, or whatever the hell the expression is.
We cut back to the ground as the Batmobile pursues the Joker, and Batman prepares to grapple onto the Joker's plane. Batman's narration resumes.
I'm late. My informant was good, but not nearly soon enough. The Joker has killed the ground crew, and from what I understand, he has only just begun. He is bent on using his deadly Joker gas on the crowd that gathers in Gotham Square at midnight.
Something in his deranged mind can't handle what Holiday is doing to this city. The Joker has proclaimed,
The town isn't big enough for two homicidal maniacs.
set the car into autopilot. If I am going to stop the Joker, and I must, it has to be before 12 o'clock.
We cut to the outside of a snow-covered Gothic skyscraper. We see a single light on in a single office where Harvey Dent is working. As we enter the room, we see Dent leafing through piles of papers on the Holiday Killer. Batman's narration introduces us.
Harvey Dent's office. The district attorney is overworked, underpaid, and a friend.
Harvey, old man, if you had half a brain, you'd call it a night.
As Dent muses to himself, he is interrupted by the shape of his callow assistant, Vernon Fields, in the doorway.
Mr. Dent, I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Working late again, Vernon? You'll never get ahead putting in all these extra hours.
But you're working late, sir. You've been working late every night this week, ever since I started.
See what I mean, Vernon? There's two ways of looking at everything.
Dent rises, gathers his coat and hat from a nearby coat rack, and moves past Vernon to leave the office, placing his hand on Vernon's shoulder.
It's New Year's Eve, son. Time to go home and kiss the wife and hope that next year is better than this one.
Yes, sir, but something's here. On the Roman case, I've been reading the old police reports, and...
I'm sure it'll wait until next year, Vernon.
Sir, this is important. I found a connection, a link between Carmine the Roman Falcone and a millionaire Bruce Wayne. I'm sorry, sir, it is late, but I thought you should be the first to know.
The second, actually.
Sir?
Unfortunately, Bruce Wayne seems to have known about this for some time.
As Dent considers this new information, we return to the chase between Joker and Batman. As Joker's plane careens between skyscrapers, Batman grimly clings to his grapple line and climbs steadily towards the plane. Once again, Batman's narration sets the scene.
Almost midnight.
What's wrong with the world? After all the aggravation I went through just stealing this crop duster, you'd think they'd give me one that would fly right.
Joker turns to see that Batman has made it onto the body of the plane.
Ah! Dead weight.
Put the plane down, now.
Maybe later. Right now, I've got work to do.
Joker pulls the plane into a loop, knocking Batman off balance and leaving him barely clinging to the tail of the plane.
Joker!
See ya!
Batman's narration resumes.
Almost midnight.
We cut downtown to a luxurious yacht hosting an even more luxurious New Year's party. Here, the heads of two criminal families, Carmine Falcone and Sal Maroni, prepare a New Year's toast. Batman's narration sets the scene.
Gotham Harbor.
Happy New Year, Salvatore.
Carmine, we've been rivals a long time, and you always come out on top. But if we don't find a way to put a stop to this holiday business, this new year is going to be our last year.
You know, Maroni, I appreciate your concern. It touches me, really, inside. And I've been thinking about this holiday, as the newspapers call him.
Or her.
Whatever. All I know is this Struns likes to hit members of my family, my business. There doesn't seem to be any blood on your side of the table.
What are you saying, Falcone?
Have a happy New Year, Sal. You're right. It might be your last.
Falcone steps away, turning to greet his sister, Carla Vitti. They give each other a cold, loveless hug. Just like Papa, you keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Eh, Carmine?
The same could be said about you and me, Carla. Even if you are my only sister. Have you seen Alberto?
It's nearly midnight.
I saw him on the deck earlier. I need some air anyway, so I'll tell your son that you're looking for him. Carla storms off, leaving Falcone to his thoughts.
What a lovely nest of vipers I've surrounded myself with. If it weren't for Alberto, there'd be nobody I could trust.
We cut to Alberto Falcone outside on the deck of the yacht as the scene turns to black and white. Alberto stares out into the waves, lost in thought. Further down the deck, Carla exits into the cold winter air, lighting a cigarette. We cut to a gloved hand, removing a light bulb, and then a silenced pistol firing into the night. Alberto crumples, and we cut to Carla, rushing toward a pile of items on the ground. A handgun, handle taped and serial numbers filed off. 2 used shell casings. A baby bottle nipple. A champagne flute. The calling cards of the holiday killer. Carla looks out over the railing of the yacht to see the blood trailing away from the ship. We cut now to the warm, firelit interior of Harvey Dent's home. As Harvey enters, his wife, Gilda Dent, and 2 guests, Jim Gordon and Barbara Gordon, are there to meet him.
Sorry.
It's okay. You're just in time. Harv, your hair's all wet.
It's been snowing.
Oh, come along. I've got a little surprise.
The Gordons?
Harvey looks to see Captain Jim Gordon and his wife Barbara in the living room, champagne flutes raised toward him. Rather than enter the room, Harvey turns and heads to the kitchen. Harv?
I'll go see if he needs help in the kitchen.
Jim leaves the room to follow Harvey. There's a pregnant pause in the living room.
Jim's niece Babs is staying with us for her school vacation. She's old enough to sit for the baby, so we could finally get a night out.
Nice. This time of year seems more special with kids around.
Where are you and Harvey in that department?
I'm not sure anymore. I thought when we moved to this house that it would be a new start for us, but between this Roman case and the Joker and Holiday, whoever that is.
Shh, we promised. No business for one night. Here's to next year, Gilda. May all your wishes come true.
I hope so, Barbara. I really hope so. Cut to the interior of Harvey Dent's kitchen. Jim finds Harvey staring into his refrigerator.
Ever stand in front of an open fridge, Jimbo, looking for something that's staring you right in the face?
What's happened, Harvey?
We need to talk, Jim. We need to talk about Bruce Wayne.
We cut back to the Joker and Batman, still fighting on board Joker's biplane.
I don't know what you're so mad at me for. I'm trying to stop Holiday just like you are.
By killing everyone in Gotham Square?
Joker kicks Batman viciously in the chest, knocking him back towards the propeller. Batman's cape flaps too close to the spinning blade, getting caught and pulling him backwards.
Yeah.
Why not? You don't know who Holiday is. I don't know who Holiday is. But the odds are he or she might be in this crowd tonight.
Batman wrenches free of the propeller blade.
You're insane.
Has it really taken you this long to notice? Quick question. When the clock strikes 12, do I get a little kiss?
Batman grabs Joker by the throat, striking him repeatedly in the jaw.
Okay, that is a no.
A final right hook to the jaw knocks the Joker unconscious. As the clock begins to strike 12, as the bells chime, Batman sets Joker's plane to crash in the harbor and leaps onto the nearby clock tower, yanking Joker's unresponsive form with him. Batman's narration resumes.
Midnight, the new year, one where the promise I made to my parents, the promise to rid this city of the evil that took their lives, might finally be within reach.
Should all acquaintance
Be
be forgot and never brought to
life?
mind?
Should
all
acquaintance be forgot? I don't remember the words to that song. Ladies and
Old
gentlemen,
Van
thank
Dyne.
you so much for watching this nonsense that we put together for you all. I hope you enjoyed it. I
was
did just want to
great.
go ahead. I know, I'm very self-deprecated. I do just want to go ahead. We've already credited the creators of this comic, but I do want to credit also our players for the evening. Bruce Wayne and Batman was played by EJ. EJ, if you want to go ahead and take a little bow for us. The Joker was brought to life with a killer Southern charm by Jay. Harvey Dent was played by Joshua, our good friend, Knight Josh. Vernon Carmine and Jim Gordon were played by Robert. Great job, Robert. And finally, Brian played Sal Maroni and Barbara Gordon. Also, some loser by the name of Dietrich did play Carla Vitti and Gilda Dent.
Be some absolute
and also might have possibly written those stage directions in to give this comic a little bit more sense of momentum.
Bravo.
It's fine. He's not that great. We don't need to talk about him. Thank you guys so much for doing that lovely little piece of theater for us. That was really fun. I really enjoyed that, actually.
That was
what I do
great.
every day.
I might take a clip of that and put that on our TikTok.
Yeah.
Go ahead, have fun.
Help yourselves. Help
Happy New Year
yourselves.
from the Knights and the Bear and the Beard for sure.
Indeed,
that
we've
was a
got
great way.
4 more minutes.
4 more
Well,
minutes.
we just
I
need,
don't
we
know
need to
how
do
we're gonna-
that for every holiday that Holiday killed on. We need to get together.
I like it.
Where were you on Halloween with that idea?
So we need to get a couple of giveaways out of the way here. Let's go ahead and give away the rest of the things
Got
that we
4
have
minutes.
left, and then we will
True.
go ahead and bring in the
Got 4
new
minutes to
year
save the world.
together. So rapid fire round. Here we go. So what we have left here is we have the Funko Pop figure that I neglected to get a photo of, but it is a Funko Pop of Freddie Mercury. So we'll go ahead and give that away next. And I am looking at my randomizer here.
Hey-o.
I need to adjust this really quick. There we go.
I
You
want
said
to
this is the
ride
Freddie
my
Mercury. So,
bicycle. I want
We have
to
a
ride
winner.
my bike.
The winner who is going home with the Funko Pop of Freddie Mercury. Let me find a comment from this individual. And this is out of context, the perfect comment. Armed Atlas. Armed Atlas. Congratulations.
We have the
You-
meats.
Have won Funko Pop of Freddie Mercury.
I like the meat as well.
Hey, if there's one thing we know about Freddie Mercury, he loved the meat.
You like the meat.
How do you expect to have your pudding if you don't eat your meat?
Congratulations, Armed Atlas. We will touch base with you to get that to you. So we have one more prize to give away. Let me go ahead and get that taken care of right now. Just my numbers here.
How is it that Josh does a better Southern accent than I do? How is this possible? I'm from the southernmost, well, not southernmost state.
All right, we have our winner. So our winner of this lovely stack of comic books
Hey, I got those right
Oh,
here.
lovely
is
stack.
the
Lovely.
one, the only Princess.
Princess!
That's actually a
I'll,
really great
I'll get in
answer.
touch with
Tell
Princess.
me why.
Looks pretty good to me. That's pretty good.
But a heartache.
We-
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a mistake.
That number 5.
I never want to hear you say.
I want it that way.
It was
I
number
know.
5. Number 5 killed my brother.
Oh, right.
'Cause I-
Chills. Literal chills.
I know Dieter mentioned Glass Onion, but now that we're talking about
All right, we're down to the countdown, guys.
We are
Oh,
down
the
to the countdown. Josh,
Do we
I
have
have
another?
put a countdown. It's not the cleanest one, but I have put a countdown in the clock if we want to watch it. We're at less than 30 seconds to midnight. Kids.
27,
Yes!
26, 25. Oh, we're going to do this the whole time? Am I the only one? Am I
No, we are
alone
not.
here?
Hey, let's do it.
Yeah,
Here's
we're down
to
to 10.
everyone watching. Here's to everyone participating.
Thank
all
you
for
so
making
much.
2022
We'll
Thank
count
you.
down 10 together.
2023 is going to be
Sound
better.
good?
10 together, yes.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Ready?
10,
10,
9, 8,
7, 6,
6,
5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2, 1.
1. Happy New Year!
Woo!
I don't feel
All
any
right.
different. Do you guys feel any different?
I feel
Paradigm
amazing.
shift.
I mean,
not
I
trying
turned
to tell
30
us
this
we're
year,
still
so
living
like,
in the
I'm
past
feeling
now.
different, but not because of midnight.
2020, the
Go
threequel. There
to
we
go to bed, you old nerds. We got planning to do for 2023.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys in so
Thank
much.
you guys all for hanging out with us
Thank
tonight.
y'all. Thank y'all so
all,
much.
the audience. Beard,
Thank you.
Bear, Nerd Squatch, boys,
Guys,
Josh,
wanna-
Deuteronomy.
Go ahead and let them know you guys are going to keep the party going because it's
Yes.
actually not
I
midnight
don't
where you
know.
are. So let them know where anybody who wants to can go and find you.
So the Bear and the Beard podcast, we're going to be live on YouTube and Facebook here in a few minutes. I'm going to pop on over there and get that started up. Bear, if you're going to do a couple things, I could chat for a few seconds until we.
Yeah, I'll go
get
ahead
that
and
set up.
bounce you. I'll go ahead and bounce you guys off so you can hop on your own thing. Thank you guys
All right,
so
thanks for
much.
having us.
We
so
love you
Much love
guys.
and happy
Love you
New
guys.
Year.
Love. Thank you.
We'll
Love
see you
all.
See
soon.
y'all again in the
Thank
new
you,
year. Oh,
brothers.
wait,
Later,
we're already here.
guys. Take care.
Sweet. Thank you guys so much. We are
Yeah.
super excited for 2023. We really appreciate all the support. We're very happy about the 1,000 subs, of course.
Absolutely.
I don't really know much else what to say other than just thank you for joining us on the stream and thank
Happy
you
New
for
Year.
watching any of our
And have
content,
a
even
wonderful,
no matter
have a
how little
wonderful
or how much.
2023. You all deserve
Yes, absolutely. EJ, go ahead, take us out.
Yeah. Happy New Year. Have a good one, guys. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you next year. Well,
See you
this year, I
guys.
guess.